and display holder, all for $9.95. And when you act now, you'll also receive this stunning Princess Diana airmail stamp, an $8 value absolutely free. Call toll-free now.
I would like an N as in Nellie, please.
I would like to buy a vowel, please.
Which one?
An A.
Could I have a V as in Victor, please? Here comes Vanna.
I have so much fun up here with this guy.
Watch Vanna every day on Game Show Network.
CBS presents this program in color.
Danger! Danger! Man your stations! Vehicle in direct path of meteor storm.
Hey! Get up, everybody! It's Podblast time!
This ain't just a show. It's a time machine. Buckle up. Pop culture fans. You're about to blast back with jazz. He's got the clips,
That's right. It's Podblast time. How are you? How are you? How are you? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley board game Life? I was more of a Twista man myself, but right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture, history, and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is the nostalgia show with a bite because it bites. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome. I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper. Anyone that's watching can see that. As Steve Harvey says before he hosts Family Feud, we've got a good one for you today. Because we're going to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Lost in Space, the original CBS drama that debuted on September 15th, 1965 at 7:30 p.m. on the CBS television network. A little bit of trivia. What does CBS stand for? Anybody know in the chat? What does the call letter CBS stand for? Those are initials. So let me know in the chat. But we're also going to have another movie review from JT, lots of Lost in Space clips, some Lost in Space trivia, and a mystery topic. A mystery topic. It will segue naturally from Lost in Space into our segue topic. And of course, Mikey's here. He's backstage. Let's bring him up. Without further ado, here's Mikey!
Hey! Welcome all you fellow LIS diehard fans from Canada, USA, and globally, worldwide. It is Mikey, and I am now the Chatty Blogger MS, officially, since someone else decided to get rid of my other channel. So here I am, but thankfully to God, I am still here with Mr. Chance Bartels as we host the Podblast, and I am so happy today to be able to talk about Lost in Space, literally broadcast on a Wednesday evening on September 15th, 1965, literally 7 days before I entered the Earth, and I turned 60 years old about 5 days ago. So I'm telling you, I share, and welcome to Skelly Toon, and there is my new Chatty Blogger MS. Welcome Joe Gutfeld, welcome Mike H., welcome the introspective gentleman.
Hello, introspective. Just acknowledging the folks in the chat, and it's really nice.
And Omar Montgomery. Yes, welcome.
Good old Omar's here. Yes, hey Omar, always nice to see you. Yes. Introspective gentleman had to refresh and it fixed it. He said, "Are you guys on yet? I don't hear or see anything."
Oh yeah, we're still here.
We're supposed to start at 5:35 our time, Eastern time, but I was late. Didn't start till about 5:45 because one of my software sites that I use malfunctioned. So I really had to struggle to get these clips. These clips will be worth the wait though, because I had to convert in many cases VHS to digital and then upload it.
Thank you, Jim.
And everything. And it basically took 2.5 hours longer than it should have. But luckily I got up at 8 this morning and just started working on the show. I've been working on it that long. Joe, that you acknowledge that, but to those that are listening and can't see the show, I would encourage you to check out the YouTube channel or the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. Just Google search The Nostalgic Podblast, and right at the top of your search, you'll see the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube. Please make sure to click the live tab, and you'll see the Lost in Space 60th anniversary icon. So, listeners at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta are on Spotify. I will make this very audio friendly. I selected the clips for that purpose. So anyone who just chooses to listen and not watch, you'll still hopefully be educated and entertained. This is an educational, but hopefully fun broadcast. So we'll see.
Thank you, Joe.
So Joe Gutfeld wished you a happy belated birthday. Mikey, you had a milestone birthday. I don't want to talk too much about it. I want to jump right into Lost in Space, but do you want to say how old you are now?
I'm officially 60 years old. This show is only 1 week older than me.
The Lost in Space show. Yes. You were born September 21st, 1960. I did it again. I almost got it.
Okay. So, that's all right, Chance. Okay.
The day after the autumnal equinox. That'll help me remember.
Right
when it turns fall. Anyway,
Yeah,
our hemisphere.
right
of
when
the
it
world.
just goes fall equinox, baby. That's when I was born.
Is it fall?
5:14 p.m. to be exact. Where I was, as I was telling Chance backstage, the second episode, which premiered after The Reluctant Stowaway, and I have the name of that one. Yeah, there it is, The Derelict. When The Derelict came out, that's when I was born.
Yeah.
And my dad was probably watching because it came out right around 8 o'clock at night on CBS.
7:30 p.m.
7:30 p.m. Okay, yeah, because it was an hour or a half-hour show. Half-hour show.
It was a 1-hour show, and it also came
Okay.
on later on. It was after the Beverly Hillbillies.
After the Hillbillies, that's right.
So it had a good lead in, and there was Hillbillies after Space. I get that mixed up. Let me confirm in my TV Bible. But yeah, so
yeah. And Omar's asking me, "Hello, Mikey, welcome back. How was your birthday recently? My birthday is next month. You and Chance, don't forget, guys. No, we won't forget your birthday next month, Omar. In the future, make sure you post your in the chat if you'd like. Post your birthday date there in October. We will definitely celebrate it for you.
All right, I got a correction. So Beverly Hillbillies was on at 9 o'clock. Or wait, 8:30, right after Lost in Space during seasons one. Right after Lost in Space during seasons 1 and 2 of Lost in Space.
Correct.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So what time was Beverly Hillbillies on? Hillbillies had a huge anniversary too. It debuted in 1962 and shot right to #1. But I digress. So yeah, it was on Wednesday nights, Lost in Space. Looking right at it here.
And thank you, Introspective. Happy belated birthday there from Introspective to Mikey. Thank you, Intro. Thank you so much.
8:30 p.m. is when Hillbillies aired, at least
in 65
and 66.
So,
and it lasted 9 years.
An hour-long show. Okay, that's good to know.
It was a 1-hour show. And it was funny how back then they would start an hour show instead of the top of the hour in the middle in many cases. 7:30, 8:30. I think that's pretty unique and unusual. Hello, Tracy. Yeah, we're talking Lost in Space.
Tracy.
60th anniversary. How'd you like that intro video? Now the music was by Neil Norman. That is a classic cover to the Lost in Space theme by John Williams. John Williams,
who later wrote Star Wars,
Superman, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Harry Potter. We could go on.
The man was a genius. Even back then, yeah.
And he's still working in his 90s. He's still with it.
I know. And you know, I found this out too just recently. One of the early composers that tutored him was none other than Bernard Herrmann, who did the Psycho theme, and actually tutored him. So,
and they used some Bernard Herrmann music in No Place to Hide, the Lost in Space unaired pilot.
The unaired pilot. There you go.
They used stock music of Bernard Herrmann, and then they hired Johnny Williams to come up with a theme. Right. Johnny Williams scored original scores for 4 episodes of Lost in Space: the 1st, the 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th. Those odd numbered episodes. And then a lot of his music was so good it was recycled by Irwin Allen
and processed, and
yeah, and by Lionel Newman, who did a lot of the music for CBS. Anyway, yeah.
And Omar did mention October 8th. He said he was born 1 month after the Brady Bunch got started. And so October 8th. But since we do this every 2 weeks, I think we will be able to acknowledge it when we come back the next time.
Well, yeah, I already prepared something for tonight because they already had the anniversary of the Brady Bunch a few days ago.
Oh, cool.
As we're live. I mean, I don't want to date the show, but yeah, I love Brady Bunch too. I did.
Well, I'm dating myself already.
Yeah.
So it's always good to know that I follow along with Lost in Space.
Introspective Gentleman said something I totally agree. Yeah, John Williams definitely stole music from the Doomsday Machine Star Trek episode. If you listen to that, and I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison next time. I might do a show next Saturday. I don't know. But it's the yes, and that was by the Doomsday Machine score was by a composer named Saul.
Well, yeah, because it went dun 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 dun, and John Williams said he did borrow. He did.
And was that Gerald Fried who scored that?
Yes, Gerald Fried who scored that episode. Yes, the one with William Wyndham.
It wasn't Saul Kaplan. It was either Saul Kaplan or Gerald Fried who scored the.
Oh no, it was Kaplan. Because because that was the one William Wyndham.
Right.
But not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah, he went nuts.
No, he did. Power hungry. Yeah.
Well, I think he was shell shocked because he lost his crew. He killed his crew, and his obsession with destroying that little like space bugle. It looked like a bugle snack. The shape of that doomsday machine. It was a machine that could eat planets. But we're totally digressing here. But I agree that I'm glad that you recognize that, because that's one of the things I always point out when I talk Star Trek is how that music was ripped off. But can you look that up? Are you sure it was Saul Kaplan and not?
I'm pretty sure. Let me just look at the.
Appreciate that. Now I'm going to play a clip while you're looking that up. You guys ready for some Lost in Space history? Well, we're going to go back to the future, or I should say back to the past, to the 20th anniversary of Lost in Space from September 15th, 1985. Mike Clark put together a really nice retrospective. It's about 40 some minutes, and I've broken it up into little 5-minute clips. And I'm going to debut the whole thing on my channel after this is live. I'm going to just isolate it and debut it because I think it's really well done. Now, please don't complain about the visual quality. The audio quality is great for listeners, but it's from VHS tape. Then I converted today digitally.
And I did find it for you. Saul, S-O-L, Kaplan. Season 2, Episode 6, The Doomsday Machine. He was the composer.
Excellent. Well done. So, yeah, you were right the first time. That's great. That's great. All right. Well, I'm going to play this now. Here's our first clip of many pertaining to Lost in Space. This is 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. This is very well done. First voice you'll hear, and anyone who's watching, you'll see an image of Irwin Allen himself, the creator of Lost in Space and the director of the pilot, No Place to Hide, which was edited into the first 5 aired episodes of the show with new scenes filmed around the stock footage. But we'll talk about that later. But here we go. Here is Mike Clark's 20th anniversary tribute to Lost in Space.
I created Lost in Space some 20 years ago. I knew we had something good, but the thought that it'd become so popular and continue to play all over the world to this very day is still quite amazing to me. On behalf of the many people in front of and behind the camera who made Lost in Space a reality, I'd like to thank you, the fans, for your continuing loyalty. And now, happily, Starlog salutes the 20th anniversary of Lost in Space.
In 1964, producer Irwin Allen's first television series, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, premiered on the ABC network. Looking for other adventure formats, Allen turned to outer space, creating the story of a family of space pioneers. To prevent a title conflict with the comic book Space Family Robinson, Allen called his new show Lost in Space. 1 year later, on September 15th, 1965, the results would be seen at 7:30 p.m. on CBS. The show was heavily promoted, and millions of viewers were waiting expectantly for a great adventure.
This is CBS.
This is the beginning. This is the day. You are watching the unfolding of one of history's great adventures. Man's colonization of space beyond the stars.
Wow!
Lost in Space begins with the introduction of the Robinson family preparing to leave Earth on a mission of colonization. However, enemy forces were at work to subvert the project. An enemy agent, Colonel Zachary Smith, was on board the spaceship Jupiter 2. His mission? Sabotage. As the Robinsons are placed in suspended animation, Smith is trapped on board the Jupiter 2, becoming a reluctant stowaway, and the ship blasts off. Smith's added weight throws the ship's guidance systems off course into a devastating meteor storm. Smith revived the Robinsons and their pilot, Major Don West, only to have the robot run amok.
Stop it! I order you to stop!
We're going into a hyperdrive. We're out of control. Pull out the power bank.
Mr. President, status control on Jupiter 2. As of this moment, the spacecraft has passed the limits of our galaxy. It's presumed to be hopelessly lost in space.
How about that? How about it?
Wow.
What do you think?
Wow. I know. And looking back on that, later on when the Lost in Space went into reruns and syndication, and getting to watch that very first episode just really intrigued me. I said, yes, I love this show already. Loved it as soon as it came out. Yeah.
I discovered it on WTBS here in Atlanta, Superstation 17. They would air it at Saturday morning and sometimes on Sunday. And back before our family got cable TV, on Sunday, all you had were religious shows. Nothing against that, but it's just I was a kid. I wanted to watch something before I went out to play that was entertaining. And Lost in Space was my little escape. And of course, I rode the wave of Star Wars. I was like 5 or 6 when Star Wars came out, 6 years old.
Sure.
And so I was all into outer space stuff. And so that's how I discovered it, was thanks to Star Wars. And
thanks to our local channel, which is now a CBS owned channel, by the way, Channel 5 in Phoenix, Arizona. They showed Lost in Space as part of a Saturday morning conglomeration of different shows like Three Stooges, like Star Trek, all of this stuff that they would show every other Saturday. Got me excited, intrigued, and I just, kept watching every Saturday morning. Of course, after I did my homework.
Yeah.
Got to do the homework first, then you can watch all these great shows. And, of course, I was very good in school, so thankfully.
That's good. That's good. Well, hey, Tracy, Irwin Allen, no, he wasn't associated with Outer Limits. That was that was Leslie Stevens and, oh, God. I hate when I forget. Leslie Stevens and
Hello, Lance.
It was Leslie Stevens. It was Leslie Stevens. But Irwin Allen is known as the master of disaster because of his disaster movies, starting with the movie he produced and directed a little bit of, The Poseidon Adventure, but he wasn't credited as the director of that. And then, of course, you had The Towering Inferno, Earthquake. And Swarm, and
the Swarm. Oh, please don't remind me about the Swarm.
But he did Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, the movie, which was directed in 1960, released in 61 by 20th Century Fox. And then he got a TV show, started in the fall of 1964. Basically, ABC Television Network replaced The Outer Limits with Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. They canceled Outer Limits in January 64. I'm sorry. Yeah, in January 65, because they wanted to apply a lot of the budget to Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. And they had different actors, though. In the movie version of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, you had Walter Pidgeon playing the Admiral.
I remember that. Walter Pidgeon, yeah.
Yeah, instead of the actor who sadly died in 1984 of cancer.
Right.
Who played Admiral Nelson in the show.
And I digress, but my favorite actor from Voyage of the Bottom of the Sea was David Hedison, who actually played Felix Leiter in 2 Bond films.
Yep, he was Lee Crane in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, the TV show.
Yeah, he was my favorite actor from that series.
We'll get to that, Omar. I don't want to put that up just yet because
Omar,
stealing my thunder on that, my friend. Let's see here.
Do you want to quote
the thing I liked about Lost in Space was I liked the cliffhanger, and it was before Batman. Batman was also shot at 20th Century Fox in the 1960s on in the same studio. And it came along in the middle of Lost in Space's first season. And of course, Batman was in color. And a lot of the reason why Lost in Space went campy was because they wanted to ride the coattails of Batman, the success of Batman. It was just an overnight sensation. It really put shows like the Munsters and the Addams Family out of business. You know, like black and white was out. Everybody loved the color of Batman. But did you know, little fun fact, the guy inside the robot costume, his name was Bob May.
Right.
And the producers of Batman wanted him to play Robin. He'll talk about it in his own words in a little bit, why he had to turn that role down, that Burt Ward guy.
Yeah, now Bob May. Yeah, now what I found out was Bob May was in the costume for 82 of the 84 episodes. I don't remember
83 episodes, actually. Not to check you on that. Well, you're counting the unaired pilot. I don't count the unaired pilot.
Okay.
So there's 80 well, let's be clear. 83 aired episodes, but yes, 84 if you count the pilot.
If you count the pilot, right. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. And there was only one episode that Dick Tufeld, who did the voice of the robot, didn't do his voice. His voice was not the robot.
Right.
For one episode. And I do remember that. But
Dick Tufeld voiced him the whole time. You know, the robot wasn't in the pilot. But here's the thing. Richard Basehart, as Omar points out, he was Admiral Nelson in the TV version Voyage of Bob and the Sea. He also played Wilton Knight in the pilot for Knight Rider. And he's in the opening of Knight Rider. That's that same actor. You know, a lonely man.
Was Wilton Knight, Michael Knight's dad or something?
No, he was a philanthropist. He was a wealthy guy that wanted to do good and stop crime. And when he died, and of course, the character of Michael Knight had his face reconstructed after being shot in the face. Oh, it was Joseph Stefano. It just came to my mind. Joseph Stefano and Leslie Stevens were the powerful creative people behind the original Outer Limits, at least in season 1. Anyway, and Bob May was a stuntman as well. Correct. He did his own stunts. And you can hear his voice several times in the original Lost in Space show. In the Ghost Planet, that's the third color episode, season 2. When the Jupiter 2 is lifting off from the planet, you'll hear Bob May's voice saying, leave it once, leave it once. And there are other instances too, but that's the most notable one. And you can see his legs. You'll hear him in his own words. I have video from 1990 from my collection of Bob May. And you're going to see some super 8mm footage he shot on the set of him getting in and out of the robot costume.
Yeah. Yeah.
But back to the history of Lost in Space.
Yeah. Now, I wanted to quickly mention that, Chance and I did some really pretty thorough, I would say, research on the show. According to IMDb's background, I looked up most of the stuff, but I knew some of the stuff. The only few original cast members that are still alive today, of course, Miss June Lockhart, who played Mrs. Robinson, was 100 years old as of today. She is still around. We did still have Marta Kirsten, and she is 80 years old.
Whom I interviewed in April live in person, face to face at Stellar Fest in Duluth, Georgia, at the Stellar Fest convention. I was a press.
Oh, she's pretty. I love Marta Kirsten.
Oh gosh, I think she should play Susan Storm in the Fantastic Four movie sequel, like in modern day. If they did anything like the Time Warp, I told her so when in person. I said, I think if I had the power, if I were the casting director, I totally would cast you as Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman. All right, here's our next clip. Here's a little overview of the main cast of Lost in Space, a 5-minute, 53-second clip. So make yourself a drink or a snack and check this out. This is very well done. Again, from Mr. Mike Clark's 20th anniversary tribute and celebration of Lost in Space.
Irwin Allen cast the actors of Lost in Space from a list of familiar players. In the role of Professor John Robinson, Guy Williams.
The kind of pathways that could have wrecked this ship and almost cost us all our lives.
Williams was best known for his starring role in Walt Disney's Zorro television series.
Hey, Sergeant, was I mistaken, or did you not feel a slight earthquake a few moments ago?
Earthquake? No, Don Diego, I didn't.
Answer me this. Who has been writing her all these years, pretending to be her father? And where is the father? What became of him?
Williams later starred in several movies and was a frequent guest on network television programs. June Lockhart was Dr. Maureen Robinson.
Will the computer also take into consideration a man's love and concern for his family? Hi, you two.
Hi.
Lockhart's role as Mrs. Martin in the Lassie series made her a welcome addition to Lost in Space.
We're going to take it up for a test flight.
Oh, well, not right now. It's way past your bedtime.
Oh, Mom.
Oh, Ruth, give us another half hour. By then it'll... Say, it is pretty dark at that.
You'll have lots of time tomorrow to test it.
Lockhart went right from Lassie to Lost in Space, with a quick detour on the Seaview along the way.
Harry, I must speak to you. Walter will be here in just a minute, and there are some things I have to tell you.
The part of Major Don West went to Mark Goddard.
Although, from where we sit, it could almost be anything.
Goddard had appeared in 2 TV series, the comedy Many Happy Returns and The Detectives. The Robinsons' beautiful daughter, Judy, was played by Marta Kristen.
Funny how easy it was to identify the Galaxies back at school. Used to just sit there and rattle them off.
Kristen appeared regularly on TV, this time on Alfred Hitchcock Presents.
We have 6 different kinds of Jiffy snacks. All she has to do is open a can, okay?
Young Will Robinson was played by Billy Mooney, a very busy young actor with hundreds of television and several motion picture credits.
Major West said that when he went to cadet school, an excuse like yours wouldn't have got him out of Sunday chapel.
Mooney's first motion picture part was that of Aladdin in 20th Century Fox's Wizard of Baghdad.
That's right, Aladdin. You listen to your mother and keep rubbing that lamp real hard.
Mooney scared television viewers silly in one of his appearances on The Twilight Zone.
Happy thoughts, because the mind behind them is absolutely in charge. This is The Twilight Zone. Monster, you dirty little monster.
You're a bad man. You're a very bad man.
Here's Mooney as a precocious kid in Palm Springs Weekend.
Let's go, Boom Boom. What do you do for kicks? Come on down to my room and I'll show you my model trains.
The Robinsons' younger daughter, Penny, was played by Angela Cartwright.
Would you please stop answering every question with a question and tell me how to get out of this cave?
Angela's television career began with Make Room for Daddy.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Give me the string and step aside.
Oh, you stay out of there.
I'm ready. You stay here.
No, don't do that. The tooth is not ready to come out. Now, you go tell your mommy I said so. Go on.
Cartwright had a featured part in one of the 60s biggest movies, The Sound of Music.
And you're smart. I'm 10, and I think your dress is the ugliest one I ever saw. Brigitte, you shouldn't say that.
The Robinsons' loyal robot was played by Bob May.
The function of an environmental control robot is to supply all data pertinent to this particular field.
May was an actor and stuntman, part of the vaudeville family of Olsen and Johnson. May was the only actor inside the robot costume for the 3 years the show was on the air. And of course, the most important asset to Lost in Space, Jonathan Harris as Dr. Zachary Smith. Harris's background was in theater and live television. His first motion picture part was that of Tom in Botany Bay.
And you, Tom?
Aye, if you can find room for one other.
Who?
My chum, Hugh Talent.
What's he doing aboard?
The same as the rest of us.
Odd.
Harris played Tom as a rough-and-tumble sea voyager.
Who gave you permission to come down here?
What do you care, long as Nick Sapp's paying you? Give me your keys.
He's not paying me to hand over no keys, not to nobody.
One of Harris' television acting roles was a guest spot in Zorro.
Don Carlos. Not right now. Why don't you tie him up in one of the small buildings behind Pedro's store?
Harris' first television series was The Third Man, in the role of aide-de-camp to star Michael Rennie. Harris also appeared in The Twilight Zone. Here, he plays a strange physician.
Kaminer, Liz's agent. How do you do? How do you do? You make an old doctor wish he were a young intern.
You make me wish the same thing. You must be great at funerals, laughing boy.
We're a little feisty today, aren't we?
Harris was a regular guest star on many network television series, and just before Lost in Space, co-starred in the situation comedy, The Bill Dana Show.
Very cool, huh? I think that's a really cool interview. Got that little mini documentary of the cast.
Yeah. So, like I said, let me just quickly go through the cast. And so we did lose Guy Williams in 1989.
He did, yeah, in
June-
Argentina. He was in Argentina and he died alone. It's very sad, yes.
Very sad. The most recent loss was Mark Goddard. We lost him back in 2023 due to natural causes. Marta Pearson is still with us. June is with us. Angela Cartwright's still with us. Bill Mooney is still with us. We did lose Sir Jonathan Harris. He did become part of the Order of the British Empire, believe it or not. He did pass away in 2002. Tufeld, who did the voice, passed away of the robot in 2012. And we did have Bob May, who was inside the costume. He did pass away back in 2009. And last but not least, I did want to mention Dawson Palmer, who, even though he appeared in 16 episodes, was affectionately known as the resident monster or alien to the show. We did lose him early, though, 1972. He was only 36 years old.
Great. Thanks for that recap of the cast to get us all updated with who's with us and who is not with us. But they're all with us immortally through celluloid and film. So thanks to that.
Absolutely. And rest in peace to all the ones that I mentioned. Okay, now we have Omar. And if you want me, I could read Omar, or you can go ahead and read Omar.
Oh, yeah. This one? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So Guy Williams, let me put my reading glasses on. New foster grants, by the way, folks, if you didn't notice. Guy Williams, long before he played Professor John Robinson, he played Will Cartwright on Bonanza way back in mid-1964. The creator and producers of Bonanza were having problems with Pernell Roberts leaving Bonanza, and he decided to stay one more year. In 1965, he left Bonanza. Guy Williams then stayed part-time cast member on Bonanza. He left a few days after Pernell Roberts did, and Michael Landon already knew both of them, did the 1957 movie I Was a Teenage Werewolf, and Guy Williams played the
police officer.
Yes.
Played the police officer. Dick Tufeld, the voice of the robot, also was used to voice the intro to the ABC movie of the week in the late 1960s and early 1970s.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Very good.
Gentleman says.
Now, and also Dick Tufeld, when they did the remake, which featured William Hurt, back in what year was that? 2000? Was it 9 or 10? Remind me in the chat, folks, when that remake was. But
Lost in Space. Are you talking about Lost in Space? Oh, that was I remember that was 1998 because it knocked off Titanic. Titanic was #1 for weeks at the box office, and Lost in Space in March of 1998 knocked it off its perch.
And Dick Tufeld came back as the voice of the robot.
Yes, he did. And also there was Lost in Space Forever. They actually did a final episode, if you will, with the robot, Smith, and Dick Tufeld voicing the robot. Speaking of Bob May, let's meet Bob May, the guy inside the outfit. I have a piece of video for you, and this is from this videotape. Let me switch my camera shot really quickly so you can see it better.
Yeah,
this is one of the many videos that I had to convert today. Hang on a sec.
You know what? You do great. You do great work, Chance. You really do.
Oh, thank you.
You really do. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's that is my birthday present. Yep, Suzanne got me these nice $20 pair of foster grants. They work really well for me. I'm able to read very small lettering now. So
it looks like StreamYard did some rearranging. I was trying to make myself solo on here so I can show you this a little bit better. Well, I'll just do it like this. This is a video, and it was released in 1990 by Bob May himself. So this is what you're going to see, an excerpt from, and it was called Lost in Space, Bob May, Life Inside the Robot.
Nice.
And I bought that at a convention many years ago. So let's watch some of his home movies on the set from Super 8mm film. This clip's about 3 minutes long.
Now let's go back in time to 1965. The place, 20th Century Fox. This is the entrance to my dressing room, a small trailer located outside Stage 5. As you can see, it's Christmas in my dressing room, and my wife, Judy, put up all those lights for me. I liked it so much, I left them up all year round. This is me wearing that special makeup that hides my face behind the robot's collar. The makeup was put on by our wonderful makeup artist, Bob Marks. On the stage, I had a chair just like everyone else. The prop men put my name on it, and I couldn't resist trying a little Lost in Space special effects magic. You know, someone appears or disappears. There I am, still wearing the makeup. Oh, by the way, I get a uniform to wear in the second season, just like the on-camera cast. Oops, there I go. You see, that was in Super 8 without the technology, of course, of having to do things in a proper manner. Doing pop-ins, pop-outs, dissolves, things of that nature. What we can do blue screen, we can do it with an explosion, we can do it strictly with editing. Now, I'm going to show you how we do this. I'm going to sit in this chair, and I'm going to pop myself out. It's very, very simple. All we do is say cut, and we lock off the camera. I get out. Watch. See how easy it is? When you have the technology to be able to do things, we can do them with ease. That's our planet set. I'll tell you more about it in a minute. There's Albert Salmi's spaceship from the show that we were shooting. I showed this film to my wife, and I told her, we're moving there. Now here's Guy Williams clowning around on the set of The Sky Pirate. Mark Goddard and Guy, oh, they had a nice, friendly relationship. And you could see this from the way they were kidding around. How about those first season costumes? Never seen in color on movie film before. Too bad. Our costume man, Paul Zastunovich, I call him Paul Z. He did a great job on them. Now, Albert's spaceship is parked on our Alien World stage, which was our other sound stage away from the Jupiter 2 stage. This is where we'd shoot any planet set that would change from one episode to the next. And it was always fun to see what the crew would scare up for the next week's alien planet, and what monsters Paul Z would drop on us that week. Albert did a great job playing the Sky Pirate on 2 episodes. He worked a lot for Irwin. Now let's go back to the future. There's some funny...
Back to the Future. You know, some sad trivia about Albert Salmi.
Yeah.
He sadly was involved in a murder-suicide with his wife in 1990. He killed his wife and killed himself. It's disgustingly sad. And he and his wife were on Tattletales together in Happier Times in 1976. It's been running on the Buzzer Network. But
that was the Burt Convy led thing, right?
Yeah, Burt Convy was the host on CBS. Tattletales.
On CBS,
yeah.
Oh, and somebody answered. Yeah, somebody answered that for you earlier. I didn't know if you caught it, Chance. Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh yeah, I put it on the screen. You're right, though. Yeah, yep. Now, are you ready to see footage of Bob May getting into the robot costume?
Ooh, this will be cool.
Yeah, this is the same reel of Super 8mm film.
Yes. Now, the person I mentioned before, Dawson Palmer, was also responsible for some of the creation of the robot itself. So Bob May and Dawson collaborated together to build the robot. It's very cool.
Yeah, and Robert Kinoshita designed the robot, and he also designed Robbie the robot for Forbidden Planet.
Right, back in 1957.
Yeah, so here we go. Here's some footage now from Bob May, the guy inside the Lost in Space robot that he shot back in 1965. Here we go.
Week. To tell you this story, I have to tell you first that I was on a week-to-week contract at this point, and everybody else was on series contracts. All of a sudden, Batman and Robin at 20th Century Fox. For some reason, and I won't go into it, but they wanted to know, the producers of Batman and Robin, if I would be interested in playing the part of Robin. And I said, well, you know, I'm doing Lost in Space, and I was always raised with loyalty, and you start a job, you finish a job, but if Mr. Allen doesn't want to sign my contract, then I'd be honored to play the part of Robin. And about 2 days later, I was signed to a series contract, so I never got Batman and Robin. That's the fun part about this business. You never know what's going to come next. Somebody doesn't know we're shooting in here. Excuse me 1 second, would you, folks? I'm sorry, we're shooting a video in here.
May I take your picture?
Well, certainly.
Thank you very much.
Never know when you were born to Olsen and Johnson and Hell's a Pop, and then you played a robot on Lost in Space. Anything can happen, and probably usually will. In 1966, I was sent over to the time tunnel to play Adolf Hitler. The part was mostly cut out. I don't think I look any more like Hitler than any of you folks. But I did have fun in the photo session with Lee Merriweather. As you can see, I got kind of friendly with her, and she got kind of friendly with me. Maybe I should dress up more often. I have to show you a picture of one of our regular directors, Sobey Martin. It's true. He used to say, "Shoot it, shoot it." Well, I promised you something, and I haven't forgotten. I promised to show you the robot suit. So come on with me a minute. We're going to go over here and see my buddy. Lost in Space robot. This is the bottom section of the robot. These tracks down here, they actually worked. They moved. When the cables would pull this outfit, these tracks would actually move, giving it the appearance that it was actually moving by itself. There was a little door here that we used for soil samples in the actual robot that we used on the set. Now, we had the Bermudas, and the Bermudas were carried, as I said before, on a parachute harness. That top section weighed 250 pounds. The Bermudas were cut off right here. Let's go back in time again and take a look at something never seen before. Actual Super 8 footage of me getting into the costume. There's Bob Marks's makeup again. The guy on the left helping me is Paul Skelton. That's Red Skelton's brother. It took at least 2 people to get me into that costume. You'll notice this footage, which was shot during the episode Sky Pirate, shows the robot having absolutely no color. And the claws were painted red in the second season. And that's this third set, the bubble, which is being plugged in. Paul Skelton plugs it in, they lock it on me, they turn it, and it's completely sealed. Notice the covering over the neon lights? That's to protect him so nothing can happen. And there's Paul hitting the outside switch to activate the robot. I'm alive and well. They're checking me out. What they're pointing at is the little lights. I'm telling them that's enough. That's enough. Let's not overdo it. Folks, this is unusual film, so I'm going to do exactly what the NFL does and give you instant replay. Here we go. There I am getting into that robot. You notice the makeup. I had to stretch my arms so high because I was bigger than the robot, as we talked about before. Now the guys are putting it in. There's a little lock screw down below. You can see the prop man trying to find it. They lock it so that when I turn, it can't come unlocked. If you look real careful, you'll see the headpiece that fits on top of my head, so that when I move, the bubble will go up and down or turn each way. Paul Skelton is plugging it in the top section so that the electrical system goes down to the motorcycle batteries in the bodice of the robot. In the first few episodes, I really had to be careful because they were running high voltage cables up the back side of the robot, and I got hit one time, and it really hurt. Back in the All Together again. Wasn't that fun? 25 years ago. Thank gosh I had Super 8 movie film to bring it to you. That's fun. This is something that Jonathan Harris, Dr. Smith, always had to fool with. The power pack. Let me show it to you. He would pull it out, stop me, I'd go limp. Then he'd put it back in. And we'd have more doggone fun with this power pack because it actually did work. Because all the circuits were put together to make that actually work, along with a switch down in here. Look inside the costume. You'll see I really didn't have much room to dance. Imagine spending hours inside this every day. This is where I would look out. I told you about this earlier that I could see very easily, and we will show you my point of view of how I looked out of here. Now you're seeing exactly what I was seeing looking out of the robot. Let me show you what I actually saw when I looked out of the robot. 8 hours a day, day after day, Dr. Smith.
He's funny. I like Bob May.
I
Really
love
nice guy.
Bob May, and rest in peace, Bob. Yeah, you were fantastic. Just want to quote another little trivia bit from the Lost in Space. There was a total of 17 writers and 17 directors that worked on this show, including, if you add number 18, being Irwin Allen himself, not only being the creator of the series, but also he worked as a writer. He worked on one episode as a director, and he also was executive producer for some of the other episodes. So he was the everyman. He did everything on the show. And they had a lot of great people. Yeah.
You want to now? Let's answer Joe's question. Joe Gutfeld asked, "I have a question for you guys. Do you prefer the black and white episodes or the color episodes?" I like the black and white. I like the storylines better, and I like the look of it. And actually, Omar disagrees. I like the color episodes of Lost in Space.
And I agree with Omar. I was more of the color episodes. I didn't mind the black and white because remember that the show I'm covering right now, Get Smart, did start its first season in black and white, but it was only for one episode it did that. Then
same with Hogan's Heroes too. The pilot for Hogan's Heroes,
the pilot,
and Voyage to the
bottom
Bottom of the
color. Yeah,
the pilot for TV's Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea had a color and a black and white version of the pilot.
It did. Correct.
And so a lot of people theorize there might be a color version of the Lost in Space pilot, just like the Cage, at least in black and white, the Star Trek pilot on home video from Paramount in 1986 with an introduction and outro by Gene Roddenberry.
Right.
And it was just the black and white version. Then in 1989, lo and behold, Gene Roddenberry remembered, oh, wait, I have a color print of the Cage. And so they did shoot special effects for the Lost in Space pilot in color. A lot of the jetpack stuff, the Jupiter 2 crashing on the planet.
Yes.
Pre-Planus, as we learned, was the title of the planet. At least that's what Will Robinson called it in Return from Outer Space, the Christmas episode of Lost in Space, the first Christmas.
So we have two new people that came in while we were showing some clips. My Flock is here. Hello, My Flock.
Hey.
And also we have a new one, a newbie to the show, Rick Clark, spelling his Rick with 2 Ks and his Clark with 2 Ks.
Well, he's not a newbie. He's the guy I talked about last time that mailed me the Joey Stivic doll. The Archie Bunker grandson doll, and a nice aviation piece because I transferred something from film for him. Anyway, and
but anyway, so Rick says he liked the evil Dr. Smith. I did too. I have to say, I was not a fan most of the time of, oh dear, the pain. I was just not into that. I liked where he was more of his devious self. Those were the episodes that I really enjoyed. However, saying that, when we got to season 3, that's when he started regressing and back to his evil self. And, I think right around pretty much the middle of season 2, and then like the early part of season 3 is when he kind of regressed back. And that's what I really enjoyed. So yes, if you're into that, Rick, that is what I enjoyed the most. Joe Gutfeld says the Vegetable Rebellion was the worst episode of this series. What do you think, Chance? Do you think that was the worst one ever?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's like on the Star Trek side, people talk about Spock's brain being the worst. I don't think that one was the worst, but when we talk about Star Trek, I'll tell you what I think was the worst one.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But did you know, Joe, that on March 16th of 1968, there was an episode called Junkyard in Space. So even if the Great Vegetable Rebellion was bad, the very final episode, Junkyard in Space, was pretty much unmemorable. But it was the final one. That was it.
It was the final episode, and it had a brand new score by Joseph Mullendore. And we'll talk about that later. I have a clip. Now, I want to show a clip of Tucker. Since we saw Albert Salmi, who sadly committed a double suicide in 1990. So sad and disgusting. But that's not why I want to play this clip. This clip has very interesting dialogue. It's the first time you hear about hyperspace that we learned about in Space in 1999 season 2, the Tabor, and then of course Star Wars, the Millennium Falcon. And there's the use of the term starship. And this is a year before Star Trek hit the scene.
Right.
The term starship didn't materialize until about the middle of season 1 of Star Trek in production order. And I love that concept of a starship. Like in the season 2 Star Trek episode, Bread and Circuses, you see this wayward, cowardly captain who turned his crew to fight like the Roman Empire type gladiator fights to the death. And he's talking to this guy Flavius, and he goes, "It's not just a spaceship, that's a starship, a very special vessel and crew." Anyway, and I just love that term starship. Well, let's watch this clip. You'll hear these terms before there was Star Trek, and before there was Star Wars, and before there was Space 1999. Obviously, I think George Lucas watched Lost in Space when he was in film school.
Yeah. Now, hello, Keebler.
Hey, my show. Listen, I want to explain something here. In this clip also, you're going to see in black and white. This ties into the Super 8 footage that you saw with these costumes in color. Now, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was just saying hello to Keebler Danger, no sugar coating truth.
She's one of my moderators.
Now,
hey.
Now, Keebler, Mikey Seuss 4 does not exist anymore due to some technical problems. A hacker who somehow managed to get in and destroyed my channel there. So, but the Warlord Fade channel still does exist, even though it's inactive. So yes, thank you for posting that. But please go ahead and post at Chatty Blogger MS. That is our brand new channel. Yeah, so you can get rid of the Mikey Seuss 4 thing. Okay, totally. Sorry about that. But yeah, but put in the Chatty Blog at Chatty Blogger MS the way I have it there. Yes, and that's the new one. So thank you. Oh, hello,
link him up. Link him up. All right, so here's the clip. Now, note the use of the term starship and hyperspace. I just love this.
I've never seen a drive like this. What's the principle of it? Why, I wouldn't know that. I just push buttons to make her go. Well, now, of course, I can make simple repairs, but that's about all.
Well, what happens after you push the buttons?
When I push the buttons? Why, then she begins shaking and a-quivering, and I begin shaking and a-quivering. Inside, I mean, like I ate too many green apples. And then all of a sudden she goes zoom and the stars go out. They come back on when I get where I'm going. A starship.
Hyperspace drive.
Faster than light.
That's just speed in parsecs.
Right. Now, you just hold on, buckos. I don't know what's on your mind, but we've got a bargain, remember.
With this ship, we could get back to Earth in seconds.
It ain't big enough. We could shuttle back and forth. The best brains on Earth could dismantle it and find the secret of its drive. We'd have starships that could reach the furthest regions of the galaxy.
The universe! How about it, Tucker?
Well, now, I'm just gonna have to think about that.
Even what he described sounded like that special effect in Star Wars of the Millennium Falcon going into hyperspace in the first film and in The Empire Strikes Back, where he punches hyperdrive and the stars whiz around and then it goes black. And then when they reach their destination, the stars come back. So it's like Lucas definitely shared that with the special effects people. And John Dykstra did the special effects of the first Star Wars film, his only Star Wars special effects job.
And Dykstra obviously got the idea for that scene we saw of hyperspeed to turn it into light speed. And remember that Han Solo said that he crossed, in 16, parsecs in the light speed.
He mentions parsecs in the cantina too. Han Solo does. Anyway,
that's the Kessel Run. Well, parsecs. Yeah.
Someone in the chat. When did you hear starships, the term starship, prior to 1965?
Thank you, Keebler. Okay.
What do you think? I think this is the first time, but I haven't researched that fully. At least in terms of pop culture, in terms of television and movies, I think that was a first for hyperdrive and starship. Yes. I think that's cool. All right. So one of the cool things about Lost in Space were the cliffhanger endings, which was before Batman did their cliffhanger endings.
Correct.
They did a serial, made you want to tune in every week. And I'm going to play a couple of my favorite cliffhangers now.
Okay, cool.
Let's start with this cliffhanger ending to the episode Wish Upon a Star. This is the cliffhanger for an episode titled The Raft. Let's watch.
Space probe altitude 500 feet. Space probe altitude 700 feet.
It'll fire any second now.
Space probe altitude 900 feet. Space probe altitude 1,000 feet.
What's holding it?
Warning, it's coming this way.
It's coming this way!
Space probe out of control.
That would be cool.
Isn't that epic?
And that was epic. And I know they just barely got out of its way, like in the following episode.
Should I spoil the resolution?
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
No, I'll give you the spoiler. They switch on the force field at the last possible second, and the force field saves them. And you'll see a clip of the force field later tonight. Trivia question. I don't think you could even Google cheat this one. Here's a trivia question for Lost in Space. There were times when you didn't see To Be Continued Next Week. You saw To Be Continued Next Week, and then it would slide out, and they'd say, Dick Tufeld would go, oops, sorry, Lost in Space To Be Continued 2 weeks from tonight. It'd be preempted. How many times was the show preempted just in season 1 where you had that special cliffhanger slide out lettering? How many times? Just in the chat, give me a number. Take a guess. And what was interesting was, yeah, Batman stole that. Same bat time, same bat channel. But yeah, the cliffhangers were only in the first 2 seasons of Lost in Space. They jettisoned them for season 3 in favor of a 1-minute next week trailer preview. I think they were copying Star Trek, because by that point in time, season 3 of Lost in Space was 1967, 1968. Season 2 of Star Trek was starting up.
Right.
So I love the cliffhanger ending.
My number is let's see. My number is 8 times they did that.
8 times?
And
Okay,
during season 1.
Anyone else in the chat want to guess? How many times was Lost in Space continued 2 weeks from that night? Oh, Omar says 8 times too. He's agreeing with you. Joe says 5 times. Keebler says 5 times.
Okay.
The answer is 3 times. And I'm going to play the other 2 now. I'm going to play all 3 of them. And one of them has a very famous actor when he was a child in this cliffhanger ending.
Yeah.
So,
wow, 3 times, guys and ladies.
Yeah, 3 times. Here's the first one.
All right.
Pretty sure this is the one.
Oops, sorry. Lost in Space to be continued 2 weeks from tonight.
Da-da-da! Da-da-da! And that was Gloop, a real monkey too. Gloop, yeah.
Yeah, chimpanzee. And we talked about who played the enlarged Debbie the Bloop.
Yeah.
Janos Prohaska, the stuntman. Because there was an episode titled the Oasis, where Smith and Debbie the Bloop grow to giant size after eating some alien fruit.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I loved Janusz when he did that.
Are you ready for another 2?
The second one? Okay.
Yeah, here's another one. Here's another one. And look at this famous dude.
Okay.
There it is, right?
Child now.
No, Dr. Smith, don't! It's not an animal.
What?
Let me guess. One of his first roles, Kurt Russell himself.
You got it. He was a Disney star.
Yeah.
Nice job, Mikey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm now going to show you another analogy between Lost in Space and Star Wars, and it's a sound effect from the 20th Century Fox sound effects team.
Yeah.
Here's a monster. Here's a giant monster, 9-second clip, and listen to the sound the monster makes. What does it remind you of, chat and Mikey?
Wait for me!
Wow.
One more time. Listen when it gets shot, the sound effects that the monster makes, the sound the monster makes when it's shot. What does it sound like to you? It's from a major motion picture.
Wait for me!
So that sounds like it sounds like a phaser gun, like from, no, was it Star Wars though? No?
Yeah.
Star Wars. Okay.
It is Star Wars, and I'll reveal the answer right now in this 5-second clip.
The TIE Fighter effect.
The TIE Fighter.
Nice.
That was from the 20th Century Fox sound effects library.
Chewie.
Fun fact. And even Smith sounded like Dr. Smith. Wait for me. How many times did we hear C-3PO say that? Like when they're on Hoth, and Goldenrod, you're gonna be a permanent resident. Anyway,
yeah.
Trying to
But I want to tell you this quick fun story about Star Wars. I won a radio show trivia question, and they said, what is the one line that is used in every single Star Wars film from episode 1 through episode 9, and then also every Star Wars spinoff? What is that one phrase that is always used? I know the phrase because
let's let chat get that one. I know, but let's let chat get that one.
Okay, so what is that phrase, folks? It was used in all 9. Yes. There you go, Joe. Great call. Yes, and Introspective got it too. I've got a bad feeling about this. It was said by at least one person or droid every single Star Wars film. Every film.
Very, very
cool. By at least one person.
I like that a lot. All right, I'm going to play now. Well, I was going to play this is another one of my favorite cliffhanger endings, and this is the very first color cliffhanger ending from the end of the season 2 premiere of Lost in Space.
Yeah, very cool.
Let's watch this, and then we'll get back to our documentary of Lost in Space from 1985 by Mike Clark. But this is my favorite color cliffhanger of Lost in Space.
Holy cow! Now let's see. Earth should be back here. Giants, maneuver around it! We can't get around it. We've had it! We're gonna crash!
How about that?
That was awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Who do you think did that music? I'll just tell you, Alexander Courage from Star Trek.
From
Star Trek team. Yeah.
Yeah, Alexander in his early years there. Very cool.
It's a cool shot in color. Well, I'll save it. I said we get back to the Mike Clark documentary, so I want to stay on track with that. Let's watch some more of the documentary by Mike Clark of Lost in Space. Here we go. This is a 7-minute, 41-second clip. So make yourself a snack or make yourself a drink. That's all. I'm going to rest my vocal cords as this plays. Here we go.
Lost in Space began as a study in survival. Every week, the Robinsons would face new dangers in the form of alien ships, a hot, arid planet teeming with incredible plant and animal life, or the fiendish plotting of Dr. Smith.
Robinson alive? Impossible.
The first few episodes of Lost in Space were built around a framework of stories that made up the original pilot film, minus the characters of Dr. Smith and the robot. The film was directed by Irwin Allen and shot in color during December 1964. These scenes from the original pilot show how the spacecraft Gemini 12 was thrown off course by a spiraling meteor swarm, crash landing on an uncharted planet several years later. The Robinsons underwent several trials written by Sheeman Winselberg. they encountered the incredible giant, played by Lamar Lundy, and Dawson Palmer, who later played most of Irwin Allen's monsters. The Robinsons, seeking shelter from a fierce electrical storm, were trapped when the cave they took refuge in began to collapse. Another segment of the original pilot had the Robinsons cross a dangerous sea. These sequences, along with new footage incorporating Dr. Smith and the robot in the plot lines, started Lost in Space on its 3-year network run. In adapting to their new planet, the Robinsons were aided by a fantastic array of gadgets, including a full-sized all-terrain vehicle known as the Chariot. The Chariot was constructed from the basic carriage of a snowcat, used to haul people and cargo in mountainous regions. 20th Century Fox technicians added the plexiglass windows and frame and constructed a 24-inch miniature for special effects shots. Professor Robinson found it handy to search the planet in his jetpack. In the close-up shots of Guy Williams, he is posed in front of rear-projected flying scenes, but the jetpack really did work, a product of Bell Laboratories. It could only fly for about 30 seconds, but that was enough for the film editor to splice together and make seconds seem like minutes. The jetpack's latest model was seen last year during the Los Angeles Olympics. The Robinsons defended themselves with laser weapons, handheld and rifle type, and the guns were streamlined for the show's second season. For extra protection around the campsite, a force field generator could be used to ward off hostile aliens.
Let her go.
Mrs. Robinson enjoyed the latest in domestic appliances, an automatic sonic washer, which not only cleaned their clothes, it wrapped them in plastic. The Robinsons' home during their trials in space and on distant planets was the ship Jupiter 2. Originally designed as a one-story craft by art director William Kreber, the Jupiter 2 was enlarged by Robert Kinoshita, who added a lower deck. The upper and lower decks were connected by a ladder and electronic elevator. On the Fox soundstage, the decks were actually on the same level and separate to allow filming. The Jupiter 2 contained much living space and storage areas for the Chariot, and in the third season was home for the space pod as well. The interior of the upper deck was surrounded by a full-scale exterior, and on occasion, a complete full-size Jupiter 2 with lower deck was used when the Robinsons had to appear outside the craft. For miniature work, a 4-foot diameter ship was constructed of fiberglass and used primarily for takeoffs and landings. Another 15-inch miniature was used for shots traveling in space. Art director Robert Kinoshita, who refined the designs of Robbie the Robot in the classic film Forbidden Planet, also designed the Robinsons robot, whose purpose was to test the suitability of the new planet. These early Kinoshita sketches show several concepts of how the robot could look. It was finally decided to have a man inside the suit, and Bob May was hired to operate the costume. When the robot is seen head to foot, he moves when pulled by a cable positioned close to the floor. In the first 2 episodes, the robot walked, somewhat awkwardly, so this was dropped in favor of the tow cable. Or for shots when the feet are not seen, or when the robot must cross rough terrain, the feet were removed and Bob May would walk, supporting the 200-pound costume with a built-in harness. In this scene, watch the robot's legs as he walks past the bush, and you'll see Bob May's legs at the point where the costume ends.
Impossible.
The robot had a built-in chemical lab, a printout for information, and when he spoke, his chest lit up. Bob May would speak the robot's lines on the set, pushing a telegraph key in the robot's left claw to light the chest. By watching the left claw in early episodes, you will note a jitter as the chest lights up. The key was replaced by a handier button in the second season. In post-production, the robot's voice was dubbed over by announcer Dick Tufeld in synchronization with the chest light. May still did the robot's laughter and singing.
Stop that absurd laughter and...
By the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
Oh, dearie, dearie me, what a horrible sound.
Hardware aside, the characters of Lost in Space were the reason that viewers watched week after week. As the first season progressed, it was obvious that Dr. Zachary Smith was the continuing hub of storylines. Smith began his journey with the Robinsons by insisting they return to Earth.
Right now, we have to make a decision. I'm not sure we should turn back, even if we can.
Look here. You people volunteered for this expedition. I did not. I have no business being here. I demand to be taken back to Earth.
Smith was more than willing to use trickery and force to accomplish his goals. Once the Robinsons landed on the planet, Smith ordered the robot to take care of them.
Activated. Warning, warning.
Liquidation of unessential personnel. Since we must tip them off one by one, each liquidation must appear to be accidental.
Only young Will Robinson liked Dr. Smith, and through a voice imitation, helped bring the robot under control.
We need an environmental estimate, my good man. Go out and make it.
Affirmative.
While Smith provided villainy, the other members of Lost in Space continued their main purpose of adjusting to life on an alien planet. A hint of romance is suggested between Don and Judy.
Here's my heart, oh golden who but my way. Oh, Dad, bet you don't know what I saw. What? Judy and Don. He was kissing her on the hand like this. Then he picked up a million germs.
That's from the unaired pilot.
He was kissing them on the hand like this.
Yeah. That was from No Place to Hide, directed by Irwin Allen, that scene. Nice. That was one of the scenes that was done there. All right. Let's get caught up on the chat. I think there were some comments that came in. Yes, there were 3 in season 1. I saw your comment. I don't know where the other clip is. I pulled all 3 of the to be continued in 2 weeks, but you saw 2 of them, but there are 3. And here's a weird thing, Mikey, is in season 2, Lost in Space is preempted, but they did away with, they forgot about it or just didn't do the to be continued in 2 weeks. It said to be continued next week, even though it wasn't on the air the following week. Isn't that weird?
Interesting. Yeah.
About the jetpack, Joe Gutfeld said it was a James Bond ripoff with the jetpack. Not necessarily, because that Thunderball movie was filmed around the same time. Actually, the pilot was filmed before Thunderball.
It was before Thunderball. Yeah, there wasn't. Yeah, maybe I can describe this. I saw the jetpack at the Bond exhibition that I did in Phoenix, Arizona. I saw the actual jetpack. The jetpack was first. Later on, Irwin Allen and some of the creators got the idea from Thunderball that they could use for their series. So when the series came out, later in '65, that's where they got the idea on those first couple episodes where they did the jetpack. But the jetpack itself is first. Yeah.
And riddle me this, Batman. Okay, Thunderball was released on December 22nd, 1965. Lost in Space debuted, as we said earlier, on September 15th of that year, 1965.
Right,
so,
but they didn't use jetpack until after that. Right, not a ripoff.
Yeah. No, it was first because the Lost in Space pilot was filmed in December 1964. And
no, I was saying that the jetpack was used later, but that what they used was after that. So no, there was no ripoff.
I don't think so.
Whatever.
But it was it's not a dumb assertion on Joe's part.
No, it isn't. No, definitely not.
It's not at all. I mean, because it was basically around the same time, but even between production and release date, still Lost in Space predates.
And if you do look at the 2 jetpacks, be aware, be advised, if you do look at the 2 jetpacks, they are completely different. The one that he uses to escape from the castle after he kills Jacques Bouvier, by the way, it's totally different. And that was actually on loan. That jetpack was on loan from NASA. It was given to the director of the episode of the movie for Thunderball for him to escape and to go and that was on loan. So there was no ripoffs.
It was and it was Bell Laboratories that produced the jetpack for the Lost in Space version.
Yes, correct. But it was NASA that did it for the James Bond movie. So
Yeah, very cool, man. Very cool. All right. I think we should continue on because I have some clips from the color episodes, but I want to just give some more documentary from Mike Clark
sounds good
time so that you can learn more about the show. Anyone that's listening or watching about and learning about Lost in Space for the first time.
Yeah. And then if you'd like, chance, we can also do some trivia. We can throw
Oh
in
yeah,
some trivia
I've got some
for
trivia.
Lost
I
in
already
Space.
did one of my questions about how many times was there the on-screen credit or on-screen titles to be continued next week. Oops, sorry. Lost in Space to be continued 2 weeks from tonight. All right. So here is a 6-minute 48-second clip from Mike Clark's 20th anniversary of Lost in Space, talking about the characterization of the main roles in the show.
John and Maureen Robinson experience remorse over the fate of their children.
You remember when we first discussed our plans for the space flight? We couldn't decide whether we had the right to bring Will and Penny along.
Yes, I remember.
Have you ever regretted our decision?
While survival on the planet is threatened by unusual physical conditions, and the pressures of survival create rifts between John and Major West.
I know you're in command, but I'm as interested in staying alive as anyone.
No dice. We've got to get out of here.
Another order?
You can take that any way you like.
All right. But I won't guarantee we get there.
In the meantime, Dr. Smith is beginning to show signs of mellowing. He has abandoned plans to kill the Robinsons and actually tries to warn them of an upcoming danger.
Jupiter to the chariot. Come in, chariot. Come in.
You must return to the spaceship at once. Or do you want to save your own miserable neck?
On the contrary, I'm attempting to save your miserable neck.
But Smith, when faced with danger, will usually sacrifice Will or Penny before allowing himself to be captured.
One of those Robinsons. I could get one for you immediately if you just let me go.
As the first season of Lost in Space progressed, Smith was becoming more cowardly and selfish. In the episode Wish Upon a Star, Smith's character is fully developed as he displays greed, villainy, hate, and the manner of a coward.
To you, Mona.
Smith's relations with the other members of the Jupiter 2 are usually strained.
Good day, my dear. Good day, Major. There is no hatred for you in my heart. Only pity. Sadness and pity. Just go.
Of course, Smith takes great pleasure in insulting the robot whenever possible.
Got to know how to fly this spaceship.
Space flight is not a function of environmental control robots.
Just you wait, you tin-plated fraud. I'm not through with you yet. I had planned to redesign you possibly into a pleasure vehicle, but I think you would be substandard even as that.
But the robot occasionally gets revenge, even if it seems like he's helping Dr. Smith.
Circulation. Make blood circulate.
What are you doing? Take your claws off me, you idiot!
One of the ultimate Smith episodes was His Majesty Smith, where aliens make a duplicate of him devoid of the Doctor's character flaws.
Character, the harder the work, the better the character. Good morning, dear boys. Why don't you just sit down and let Daddy Zach bring your breakfast?
Daddy, Zach?
Yes, Daddy Zach.
Now, what in the world are we going to do with two of you?
I should like to point out, Professor Robinson, that this person is a mere interloper. Well, that's fine, Zach, but, Dr. Smith, if you please.
All right. How do we get rid of him? Do you have any suggestions, Dr. Smith?
Call me Zach. Zach, indeed.
In the episode's climax, Daddy Zach sacrifices himself to the aliens. A boy's life in space can be very exciting, especially if you know the territory.
Well, I thought you'd be asleep by now.
Well, if Alpha Centauri's velocity is the same as ours, and if our bearing deviation is not more than 5 degrees, Dawn should be picking up a signal about now.
Will Robinson is extremely brainy, but also overly trusting of adults, especially Dr. Smith.
Ow, you hurt me!
Do you know what I just saved you from?
A bunch of dust. What's so dangerous about that?
That's how deep you would have sunk, miles and miles straight down if I hadn't saved you.
An Earth boy's best friend is his dog. When you're lost in space, a best friend is sometimes mechanical.
Told you to watch me, but can't you close your eyes even for a minute?
It does not compute.
Step aside, will ya?
It does not compute.
Of course, it wasn't always friendly between Will and the robot.
When unessential personnel are found alone, destroy.
Keep away from me! Go back! Go back!
But eventually the robot and Will become the best of friends.
From now on, why don't you call me Will? I mean, we've known each other long enough to drop the formalities.
Will, I shall call you Will.
Will frequently encountered aliens who were usually impressed with his solid values.
Get back to our planet, we will see that you are returned to this miserable place. So there is no need for wasted emotion.
It's not wasted. I love them, and I don't want to leave them at all.
But Will sometimes outsmarts himself, and it's up to John Robinson to remind him where he stands.
Well, you happen to be a very bright and very talented boy, all right? Now, look at me. But you're still a boy. And there are some things that even the brightest, most talented boys should leave to older hands.
For Angela Cartwright's Penny character, the theme in stories was usually love and growing up. In My Friend Mr. Nobody, the cosmic force befriended by Penny almost destroys them all.
Please don't hurt them. Don't hurt anyone. I love them. I love them just like I love you.
And Penny wasn't above getting the fatherly lecture from Professor Robinson.
I'm very disappointed in you. You've sacrificed your moral principles for something material. You lost far more than you gained. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, and I'm very sorry.
Oh, it's pretty sweet.
That's actually
That was a sweet
one of
little
my
scene at the end
favorites.
there.
That is actually one of my all-time favorite episodes. Is Mr. Nobody. It was very, very for its time. It was very complex relationship between something that's not supposed to exist, and to interact with Penny was huge. And I mean, it was a wonderful episode. Really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, and the second one where she's getting scolded by her dad, that's from Wish Upon a Star. I like that that episode as well, with the wishing
that
machine.
one.
Yeah,
and who didn't love the chimpanzee that Bloop played? I mean, come on.
Bloop, bloop. Trivia. What episode did we first see the Bloop in the aired version of Lost in Space?
Okay. Ask these guys.
Yeah. Anyone chat know? Just give me a number.
Yeah, just let us know.
Between 1 and 29. Because there's 29 episodes in season 1. There's 29 black and white episodes.
Okay. So the first
what
time
episode
we saw Bloop.
Yeah. Just give us a number. You don't have to come up with the title. That's a little too complex of a question.
Right.
Anybody want to guess? All right. Now I got a great interview from my collection with Jonathan Harris. I'm going to share Dr. Zachary Smith.
Very cool.
You're going to love this interview. It's really good. Yeah. And I have one with June Lockhart as well from 1992 when she was in Atlanta.
Nice.
Long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Wrong series.
All right. Yeah, wrong series. Exactly. It's a movie series. It's not a television show.
Yeah, it's
all right. I love the robot. I want to ask the chat also, and you, Mikey, who's your favorite character on Lost in Space? And by the way, Al Hardy may be with us in a little while. I sent him an invitation because I want to hear what his favorite character is on Lost in Space. But Mikey, do you want to answer now? Or do you want to think on it? Do you?
I can answer it right away, and I got to say, Marta Kirsten. I had a really, being a little young man as I was, I really had an affection for blondes back then. As I told you previously, Cheryl Ladd was my favorite Charlie's Angel. Yeah. Blonde, young, little bit. I mean, just just a wonderful person. And when I went to Seattle, I met this wonderful lady named Jennifer Newberry, and she was a blonde initially. Now she's kind of aged a little bit because she has 2 kids and a wonderful husband. But I was a big blonde person, and I really, because I grew up as a dirty blonde initially. So I really enjoyed Marta's, like Donna Douglas on Beverly Hillbillies, my favorite. Like I said, Kirsten from Lost in Space. I really enjoyed, the lady that played, King of the Hill later on, Brittany Murphy, who plays Luann. I mean, yeah, there was just a lot of.
Dead. She's
I know.
God rest her
Oh,
soul,
by the
yeah.
way, yes,
Yeah.
I know. Unfortunately,
Sadly.
rest in peace. But yeah, Marta
So you
was
like Judy
was
Robinson. You like. I was asking the character. You mentioned the actress, and that's okay. But Judy Robinson is the character Marta
was
Kristen
my
played.
character. She
The
was.
eldest Robinson child. Yeah.
More mature, and
Yep.
I think it was because she realized the only person that she could fall in love with, and of course, don't forget there was that animosity because Judy was very smart, and Mark West, played by the great Mark Goddard, by the way, who then came back in the Lost in Space reboot movie in '98, by the way,
As did Marta Kristen and Angela Cartwright. Yeah.
Right. And Marta was just, I loved her episodes because when she was there, she was the modicum of reason, just like Mom was,
Yeah.
Maureen and Judy were the 2 that you could count on if there was some reason they needed to be involved. And the guys, were trying to be their machismo, the way they were. But the ladies were the ones that were actually able to assess the situation, know what was going to happen, and most of the time, Mark gave into Judy and said, "Okay, Judy, you're right. You're righter than I am." They
got into a fight in the 5th episode, which tied up the loose ends around the pilot.
Right.
No place to hide. Where her guy, Major Don Wetz, is fighting with her father. And they're getting on each other's nerves. They're trying to build a shelter because the sun's going to come overhead and threaten the survival of the family. And there's a struggle about who's in charge here between the 2 men. And so, she gets really upset with the way he disrespects her father. And so that was good drama. I wish they wrote more stuff like that.
I wish they did too.
And My Friend Mr. Nobody, that was the last episode John Williams did the music for. Original score.
That was the very last one. Wow, cool.
Their episode. We got another vote for the robot from Introspective Gentleman. My favorite character used to be the robot, but it became Will Robinson. I could relate better to him. Oh, okay. And then Tracy chose the robot. Well, let's learn a little more about the robot from Mike Clark. 4-minute clip. Here it is.
The robot was featured in more storylines in the first season of Lost in Space. He really saved the day when an evil robotoid, played by Robbie, tried to replace him and kidnap the Robinsons into a life of slavery.
Now that I have full operational capabilities, your services will no longer be required.
Can't see a thing.
He's probably on the ground.
No, he isn't. I see him.
You have destroyed me.
The robot took his lumps during season 1. It seemed like he was getting blasted every week.
My robot.
But sometimes the robot was rewarded.
Proceed. You may apply more effort, Dr. Smith. My skin is not sensitive.
That's what you say.
The first season of Lost in Space introduced many aliens in monster form or some human form. The costumes were created by longtime Irwin Allen associate Paul Stupnovich. The creatures frequently showed up on other Allen-produced shows like Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. And special effects were plentiful in the show's first season. Space scenes in the first 2 episodes were spectacular, involving traveling matte photography and miniatures. The shots of the Jupiter 2 crash landing on the alien planet were achieved by using the 4-foot model in Red Rock Canyon to the northeast of Los Angeles and letting the miniature's own weight cause it to glide down horizontal guide wires. This and other optical effects were under the special effects department headed by L.B. Abbott. In a rare occurrence, one of the Jupiter 2 models was handled on camera in Wish Upon a Star.
I guess you didn't think big enough.
Apparently the machine's capacity is limited. However, let us all remember, good things come in small packages.
Lost in Space was a ratings success in its first few months on CBS, but a challenger was looming in the wings, and in January 1966, in full color, it began at 7:30 on ABC. Despite the tremendous success of Batman, which was also produced by 20th Century Fox, Lost in Space prevailed and both series ran for 3 years. Success breeds merchandising, and Lost in Space was no exception. One of the first merchandising spin-offs were bubblegum cards produced by TCG. The cards featured great still pictures, accompanied by narration that had little to do with the events of the series, and artwork that only speaks for itself. Aurora Plastics produced a model kit featuring a diorama of the Robinsons battling the giant. Strangely enough, no kit of the Jupiter 2 was produced in the United States until the 1980s. But if you lived in Japan in 1966, this elaborate kit was available. If you want this kit now, it's $500, if you can find one. Aurora also produced the extremely popular Robot Kit, an excellent representation that was marketed into the mid-1970s. If you can find an unbuilt robot kit, it'll cost you $300. Remco produced a metal toy of the robot. It wasn't particularly detailed or colored right, but did find its way into several Lost in Space episodes. Remco also made a Lost in Space toy set consisting of a chariot that traveled along a plastic tube with small figures of the Robinsons included. The true mark of a show's popularity in the 60s was to be satirized in Mad Magazine. This takeoff was called Loused Up in Space. The final tribute to Lost in Space was reserved by the original comic book, now called Space Family Robinson, Lost in Space. See how the head of the family is starting to look like Guy Williams.
How about that?
I love that. I love that. And welcome, SJ's My Flock. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Chance. Hi, Mike. Welcome.
Hey, that's Southern California Sarah that she's watching on Facebook as well as YouTube. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
You saw some collectibles there. Let me make sure my mic didn't slip off again. Every time I hit it, okay, it did not. So, here in the intro video, anyone who's tuning in late, I put together a little video showing. Oh, there goes Mikey.
Oh no, I had to.
Oh, okay.
My wife is bringing over my dinner.
Oh,
so
okay, okay. That's cool.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm gonna. I had uploaded.
Go for it.
Well, I'll upload right now. I did not upload the images. There were pictures in the intro video from stuff from my collection. And heck, these items are behind me. A lot of them right now. Let me just go to. Let me see if this is one. I didn't label this picture.
So
I like that. I like that tiger.
Now that's the tiger. We call him the Tiger Smoker. We also call him Tiger Holmes, like Sherlock Holmes.
Aww.
He's got the pipe and the smoke and all that from Sherlock Holmes, and one of my favorite detective stories that I used to read as a kid. So, yeah,
Aww.
Very cool.
I'm sorry I mouthed off at you earlier. I didn't get much sleep last night, and it was rude of me. I apologize there. Hey,
it's okay.
Look at this book. I'm just a little cranky. Look at this book. This was the second edition. The first one was released in 1989. I love this. The Lost in Space Handbook. A lot of good useful information.
25th anniversary. Yeah, it's 1990.
That's from 1990. And what's cool is the author listed every insult that Dr. Smith yielded the robots way in the show in alphabetical order. That's one of the neat little things in that book.
Okay. I have a trivia question for the chat, and don't look this up because you can find it in IMDb under Lost in Space and locations. Okay. Now, in the documentary, he mentioned Red Rock Canyon State Park. Where in California is that state park located?
Ooh, I know. But
what is the name of the town? It's really obscure, so don't look it up. Try to remember where it is. We'll give you guys a few seconds.
Yeah.
I had to look this up myself, by the way. So it was tough to find it.
There's the side of the lunchbox. That's from my personal collection, the Lost in Space lunchbox. There's the jetpack and some interesting aliens that we never really saw, unless it was the alien scene at the end of the unaired pilot and that we saw in the 8th aired episode, Invaders from the Fifth Dimension. You saw a little bit of that clip. They had no mouths and eyes, and they were trying to get a human brain to power their ship.
Nice.
I had the Remco robot in 1968. Says introspective gentleman. Did you have the box? The box showed the first season outfits in color that were seen in the first 19 episodes of Lost in Space. Those were the original uniforms from the pilot.
Yeah.
The unaired pilot. No Place to Hide, directed by Irwin Allen.
Okay,
All right.
so has anybody guessed the town, or I should say the desert area where the Red Rock Canyon State Park was located? Okay, it's in Cantil. That is spelled Cantil, California. That is where they did some of the miniature outdoor scenes with the ship and everything. So very cool. And then they also did on stage 5 and 6 on 20th Century Fox Studios is where they did the main one of all the different planet scenes were on one stage, and then the other stage was used for other things. So it was very
excellent. So, while you enjoy your dinner, I'm going to play the final clip of Mike Clark's excellent 20th anniversary celebration of Lost in Space. This is a 6-minute, 45-second clip. Let's talk about Lost in Space in color.
In September of 1966, Lost in Space began its second season with the introduction of color. The special effects department gave us an unforgettable takeoff sequence as the Jupiter 2 leaves the Robinsons' disintegrating planet. Smith's tampering with the Jupiter 2's navigation system took them on a course towards Earth's solar system.
Past our sun, and since it is closer than Alpha Centauri, we've decided to head for Earth.
Smith wrecks the plan by his hypnotic attraction to a green-skinned alien. And the Robinsons miss their chance to return home.
Alpha Control, this is Jupiter 2. Do you read me?
This is Alpha Control. Your signal is very faint.
We're on auxiliary power. Can you track us?
Only with a radio telescope.
Can you try telemetry?
You're beyond the range of our telemetry. You seem to be passing Earth, departing this galaxy. Can you change heading?
Negative, Alpha Control. Rocket fuel unavailable.
We are losing your signal. You're exiting the galaxy, headed for outer space. Good luck.
Lost in Space's second year left the Robinsons marooned on another planet where a continuous parade of visitors were received. Department store managers, circus barkers, and androids were on hand to threaten the Robinsons. Humor was stressed to the point of absurdity.
Ah, me proud beauty. I have you in me power now.
I am a poor defenseless woman. Have pity.
Dr. Smith became more cowardly than ever before.
To navigate my ship, Quartermaster!
Smith was also seduced by a computer and ended up looking like a blue-skinned Mr. Spock.
At long last, I'm in my natural habitat.
Will continued to be a center stage in stories of traditional values. Here he trains android copies of the family to react in human ways. Will was even green, not in envy, for the episode Girl from the Green Dimension. The continuing tricks of alien beings was even getting to Will.
Me what?
You aliens are all alike. Never come out and say what's on your mind. Never save time and trouble. You're always trying to scare somebody.
The robot was featured many times in Season 2, as in Trip Inside the Robot, with Will and Dr. Smith journeying inside the enlarged robot's interior, hoping to save his mechanical heart from stopping. The ultimate robot Smith story was The Mechanical Men, which finds the personalities of Smith and the robot switched.
Alien approaching.
Ah, William, my dear young friend, how are you?
Fine, Dr. Smith.
Correction. I am Dr. Smith.
Yeah, for a moment I got mixed up.
I just happened to be in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop in and see how my friends are getting along.
You are not concerned for our well-being. I have computed your motives. They are untrustworthy.
This episode also featured 50 Remco toy robots as the alien threat to the Robinsons. Lost in Space picked up speed in the opening of the 3rd season. The new high-tech open and John Williams' theme promised excitement, and indeed, Year 3 provided more thrills and better stories as the Robinsons journeyed almost every week to a new planet or deep space encounter. In The Condemned of Space, the robot is again jeopardized by Smith. The floating robot is the second costume, a hollow one used for stunts and long shots.
According to Smith, that's the result of an abnormal airlock. An abnormal Smith.
One of the outstanding 3rd season episodes was Peter Packer's visit to a hostile planet. The Robinsons accidentally travel to Earth, only it's 1947 and the locals think the space travelers are aliens.
Us? Aliens? Come along with you!
Smith defects to the locals and plans to remain on Earth and get rich through his knowledge of the future.
Terrestrial phenomena, I reckon I can handle most of them. Where did you say you was from, Chief? Chickasaw Falls.
The locals get out of Smith's control and try to destroy the Jupiter 2.
Let's just say that we came here, and when we found out we didn't belong, we left.
Smith got a real jolt when he was turned into a boy in Kidnapped in Space.
Is that really you, Dr. Smith?
Yes, what's left of me.
You used that time device, didn't you?
Whatever makes you think that? I'm just a poor, innocent victim of an alien society.
Too many Smiths were in the episode The Space Destructors. Guy Williams had to pull his Zorro sword out of the closet to defeat an army of Smiths created by an android machine. The most visual Lost in Space was seen on The Antimatter Man, directed by Sutton Rowley. The story of an otherworld was a tour de force of movement and set design. The 3rd season contained many highlights. The episode considered by many to be the worst was also filmed, The Great Vegetable Rebellion.
Do you ken Dr. Smith when he's far, far away with his beans in the morning? I'm so happy.
That's pretty goofy. Pretty goofy. Actually, there's one more piece to this documentary. I guess I'll go ahead and play it right now. Another 6-minute clip. Let's watch the rest of it.
In the episode, The Space Creature, we see the 3rd lower level of the Jupiter 2. Another important story was The Time Merchant. Dr. Smith is transported back to the launch date of the Jupiter 2. Knowing Smith won't board the ship, the robot follows and tries to convince him to become lost in space.
Have any?
Spare me the sarcasm. I'm following the better course of action. It was my added weight that caused the Jupiter 2 to go astray the first time, don't you remember? Now they will be able to go to Alpha Centauri without any trouble at all.
No, unless you board the ship, the Jupiter 2 will be destroyed within 4 months.
Stuff and nonsense, I don't believe it.
It is true. Kronos projected the alternative. The ship will be destroyed by an uncharted asteroid.
Please don't go. Stay here with me, start a new life.
The price is too high.
I understand. I wish I could be as honorable as you. But I am a weak man, full of human frailty. I sometimes wish I could be different, but I cannot seem to manage it. Forgive me, dear friend.
I forgive you.
In the last third season story, Junkyard in Space, Smith sells out the robot again for food. The Junkman, improved with the robot's parts, steals the Jupiter too. The robot, missing many components, opts to end it all in a blast furnace. Only the robot's memory cells inside the Junkman save the day.
Love.
Kindness, trust, respect, and love.
Here is the very last scene of Lost in Space.
Hideous furnace.
That is an incorrect statement. The normal humanoid is 98% fluid and fat and would be reduced to 2% of mineral. You, Dr. Smith, are 100% fat. Nothing whatsoever would be left.
Fat indeed, you cackling cacophony. I'm a fine figure of a man, and I always was. Be gone.
Oh, the pain, the pain. Useless carbon.
Lost in Space went into syndication in 1969 and has been seen all over the world ever since. The cast of Lost in Space went their separate ways. Guy Williams retired to a ranch in South America. June Lockhart joined the cast of Petticoat Junction and later General Hospital. After working several years as an agent, Mark Goddard returned to acting in General Hospital. Marta Kristen continued acting in network shows and feature films. Angela Cartwright guested on network TV and returned in the series Make Room for Granddaddy. Bill Mumy appeared in the feature Rascal, Bless the Beasts and the Children, and the TV series Sunshine. Mumy is part of the music team of Barnes & Barnes and appeared in the new version of the Twilight Zone story, It's a Good Life. Jonathan Harris continued to guest on network TV while teaching theater arts and doing voiceovers. He starred as a 300-year-old man in TV Space Academy and provided the voice of Lucifer in Battlestar Galactica. His full story will be told in an upcoming issue of Starlog. The robot was placed in storage until the Hanna-Barbera series Mystery Island began. The robot is now Pops, trapped on an uncharted island with a group of scientists. The suit is now owned by Brick Price Miniatures and is currently on display in Japan, where shows like Lost in Space are very popular. The other robot costume has been restored and was recently seen at the Worldcon. The Jupiter 2 was used in another Irwin Allen production, City Beneath the Sea, only this time, the Jupiter wasn't a spaceship. It was a futuristic building. The ship is now in a private collection, waiting for restoration. As for the concept of Lost in Space, an animated pilot was shot in 1975, minus all regular characters except Smith and the robot. It didn't attract enough interest for a new series. But Lost in Space has a loyal following, and LIS Fan magazine is now in its third issue of new stories and professional quality artwork. Fans of the show have marketed their own models of the Jupiter 2. This is a vacuform kit resembling the studio mock-up. This intricate 3-inch model was sold assembled and looks like the 4-foot Jupiter 2 miniature. Lost in Space toys continue to arrive from Japan. This robot was sold in the early 1980s for $10. And for the fashion-conscious Lost in Space fan, try one of these custom-made t-shirts. The phrase Lost in Space is now part of our culture, appearing regularly in newspapers and television. Would anybody get the joke in the title of Lost in America without the show Lost in Space? A cast reunion occurred on the Family Feud show in 1984. Viewers finally got a chance to see what Bob May really looked like. Fans of Lost in Space would like to see a final episode, be it feature film or television movie where the Robinsons reach home. There are problems involving rights and availabilities, and this could be the ultimate Lost in Space cliffhanger. So stay tuned. Same time, same channel.
Very cool. Thank you, Mike Clark, for use of that material. And thanks to Disney who bought the 20th Century Fox film library a while back. And I appreciate them letting me use these clips. That's really awesome. So I have a lot more material to share. I might as well go ahead and show some clips from the show. This is a 16-second clip. And this is just a gorgeous shot in color. This is at the end of the very first color episode of Lost in Space, Blast Off into Space. They have a 16mm film print, as well as the Blu-ray set, which is available to purchase. And I highly recommend it. There's a lot of bonus material. But look at this beautiful shot of a nova flare.
Some magic tricks.
Mom, Dad, come here, quick! It's a nova flare.
Oh, it's like a rainbow after a storm.
The storms we've been through, I think we're entitled to it.
There you go. Hey, I think Al Hardy's here. I see him backstage. Says device is not connected. And Mikey is back. Are you still eating supper? I was going to give you a chance to eat.
Oh yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, I thank you. Thank you,
welcome.
Chance. Yeah.
Oh, you're so welcome. And you're welcome too, Tracy. Okay, so I did a music video to Lost in Space with some Beatles music. It'll probably get me shut down on Facebook, so I'll wait till toward the end of the show. I did these back in like 1989 when I was a kid. But what I could show you. All right, I showed you the. All right, I didn't show you this yet. This is from the second color episode. I love this special effect, 44 seconds long, of the fuel dump. And Al, if you're listening, I can't see you. It says device is not connected. Al's place. So I know you're trying.
Thanks,
hopefully
Joe.
he can figure that out. Because he's got some interesting,
Thanks for dinner, honey.
interesting stories to tell. But I know he doesn't have a whole lot of time. He's got plans, so he maybe spend a couple minutes with us. All right, there he is. Hang on. Here's Al Hardy. Hey, Al. There you are.
Oh, how are you? Good to meet you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, nice to see you and nice to meet you. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a geek.
Well, that's good. No,
I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it.
But Mikey, let Al. I want you to hear about Al's origin. He worked at Turner. He'll tell you all about it. And he had every episode of Lost in Space on reel-to-reel film. Al, go ahead.
Go Al.
So, when I worked at Turner Broadcasting, they were transitioning after all these years using film to digital tape. And so therefore all the distributors were sending digital copies of the shows to the television stations, especially Channel 17, Turner Broadcasting, the super station. And so a lot of times the film companies would want their prints back, but most of the time, since 16mm was going away for television, they just said destroy the prints. They didn't want them back because we would send them back collect, and they didn't want to pay the shipping. So I ended up with a bunch of film. Instead of throwing it away, I stacked it up, put it in my truck, and over several weeks brought it home. And I had all Lost in Space, every one of them.
Every one of them.
Every one of them.
Good money on eBay now per episode. I mean, they can go for $500 a piece.
Well, that's true. I got a good deal out of them because I sold them to my late friend Tom Hudgens. He actually came to my house from Virginia, and he bought a bunch of film. I mean, he paid cash for it. So he bought all the Lost in Space. He bought all the I Love Lucy's. He bought all the Three Stooges I had. He bought
Space Giants. You had one of my favorite shows, the Space Giants.
Space Giant. For some reason I didn't have all of them, but I had most of them.
Of the Space Giants? Do you have any Speed Racer from Turner's Vault?
I had a few Speed Racers, yes.
I have some now. I'm looking right at it.
I had Gilligan's Island.
I love the Speed Racer. Go, Speed Racer. I love
He's a demon on wheels.
And I had all the Beverly Hillbillies too.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah, but I had all the Lost in Space, and I looked at some of them. But I don't know. He made such an offer on the films.
You couldn't refuse. Tracy's saying hey to you, Al. She's watching in Florida.
But the thing about it is, film today, who knows? Those prints could be vinegar by now. I don't know.
That's true. And vinegar means it starts to deteriorate, where it shrinks. The film literally shrinks and it becomes useless. Yeah.
Now, when I got all the I Love Lucy's, some of those were going vinegar when I got those, because those were really old prints, and all of them were kept in cans from Viacom, and so they weren't able to breathe. But I enjoyed all my film when I had it, but you can't hold on to everything.
Hey, Al, can I mention something real quick? Back in the back there on your wall, is that the Beatles? Back
Yes.
on the wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's actually autographed by Pete Best, who was the original drummer of the
before
Beatles.
Ringo Starr, correct?
Before Ringo Starr, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
awesome. Wow.
Al, who's your favorite Lost in Space character?
Yeah, who's your favorite? We already said ours.
I never said mine, but I will later.
I don't know. I watched Lost in Space for the robot. I don't. I just thought it was funny. It was just, I enjoyed doing it. I don't know. Dr. Smith was okay. He was funny. But Bill Mummy and Angela Cartwright, they were okay, but they weren't. I didn't watch the show to watch them, so to speak.
Oh, I watched it for Judy.
Oh,
we just lost him.
No, I'm sorry, it was my fault.
No, there he is. Al, yeah, I watched it for Judy every week because I was a blonde, I was a dirty blonde kid back then, and I loved blondes. They were my favorites. So
back in 1965, I was in junior high school. I watched it on CBS when they were airing, but I didn't watch them every week. But I tried to watch them, but I didn't watch every time. It's just like when Batman was on ABC, I watched that religiously because I love it.
Oh yeah. Well, here's a little known fact for you, an FYI, Al. Craig, who appeared as Batgirl on the 3rd season, Yvonne Craig, she is related to my wife, Suzanne, whose original matron name was Craig, Suzanne Craig. So on her father's side, Yvonne Craig, rest in peace, but she is related to my wife.
Wow.
Very cool. It blows my mind that Al at Turner would show these reruns on film using a projector. That's how they would show reruns back then. They were distributed on film.
Oh, I love those things. Yeah.
And it blows my mind that I was watching as a kid Lost in Space on Turner. It would air at 3 a.m, 4 a.m, and then weekends early in the morning, like 8 in the morning or whatever. And it blows my mind that I was probably watching a transmission that Al was running at Turner.
What was cool about the prints I had too, a lot of them had scenes from the next week's episode coming up.
Yeah.
But
season 3. Yeah.
We took those off. But we saved them. We put them on the end of the reel so we could add them back in if we wanted to.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Tracy says, wow.
Because a lot of times the shows would get preempted, and they aired on a regular basis for a while when I was there. But Ted had the Braves. Sometimes we have a Braves game. Sometimes shows would get preempted. I do remember though, if a ball game came out early, we would run segments of Love American Style to fill the gap until the next show.
So I'm guessing you were a diehard Braves fan. Am I correct?
Not really. I mean, we at Turner, we got free passes to go to the Braves game, and I went to a few, but I wasn't a huge fan. No, but back when Ted owned them, they sucked anyway.
Al, and Mikey, do either of you have a favorite Lost in Space monster?
Oh yes, I do.
Who wants to go first?
I want to hear Al's first. I want to go ahead. Al,
I don't know. That's a good question. They all were different. I can't think of one right now, to be honest with you.
I'll jog your memory here with my pick.
What?
The Giant.
Yep, that was mine too. And
here he is in color.
Nice.
Lamar Lundy, NFL player, a black NFL player, was in that costume, as well as Dawson Palmer in the aired version. He was introduced on the aired side in There Were Giants in the Earth, the 4th aired episode of Lost in Space. But he was in the unaired pilot. This is footage from the unaired pilot. But look at that great color shot of the giant Cyclops menacing the chariot. The Robinson
family. I like the black and white shows better.
Yeah,
I do too. And Mikey prefers color. There's no wrong answer. Opinions are fine. Here's another monster, Creech. Remember this guy? This is towards the end of season 3. That's Michael Conrad. That's actor Michael Conrad, who had a wandering eye, had a glass eye. He was in Hill Street Blues, and he committed suicide, sadly. That's pre-Planet of the Apes makeup by John Chambers. This is 1967 when Planet of the Apes, the first movie, was in production. Same makeup man. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you, Al, did you work on the unaired pilot when it premiered on cable back on April 24th, 1993? Were you any part of that? Or
No, I left Turner in 1991.
Okay.
So I started working there in 1977. And when I started at Turner, there was only 60 people in the company. It was just Channel 17.
Yeah.
And it grew to what it became. When I started there, the call letters were WTCG, which stood for Turner Communications Group.
Right.
Now, originally, the station, when it went on the air here in Atlanta, was WJRJ. And then when Ted bought it, he changed it to WTCG.
Nice.
And then on down the road, he changed it to WTBS. And,
right, Turner Broadcasting Service.
Yeah, Turner Broadcasting System.
Yeah.
He bought those call letters from a Boston radio station.
Oh, he did? Wow.
Yes, that's where the call letters came from. And
That's
so
neat.
he
Wow.
paid a lot of money. I think he paid him $50,000 for the call letters.
Yeah. Now you said you started in 1977, Al. So let me ask you the
76.
76?
76, 77. I don't. My memory.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, the eternal question: are you a closet Star Wars fan?
No, I'm not a Star Wars fan, to be honest with you. You know, we carried, we had all the prints there. We showed Star Wars. I mean, what you like, Star Wars or Star Trek?
Star Wars.
Well, I love both, but I mean, you know,
No,
I
we
was
had-
there for the grand premiere of Star Wars in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, we had Star Trek. We had the prints there for that.
Yeah, you had Star
but
Trek.
Al has the Star Wars movie posters, the originals, and he's got like I don't even want to say. He may not want me to say on the air what else he's got hidden away.
Well, no, I've got
From
the Star
1977.
Wars style D, which was very rare.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, the style A was him holding the torch. You know.
Yeah. No, holding the lightsaber.
Yes,
I
but
love
I
that.
got style D, which is it looks Art Deco. It looks old. You know, it's got.
It looks like a movie serial poster. It looks weathered.
Yes,
It looks worn.
it takes place. It looks like a serial poster. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here, I
very
want to
cool.
show you guys something from my collection. This is the 1986 Japanese Lost in Space robot. Now, here's a trivia question. What was the robot's name on the show, chat? What was the robot's name?
I've got that robot.
You don't have this one. This one, I guarantee you don't have. This is a very rare one that I got in 1990 when I was a kid. Right. Kid.
Yeah, go ahead and chat and
It's
let
in
us
your
know
robot.
what the
I got this one.
nice.
That's nice, Al. Very cool. It's kind of in the dark. Is there another light? Is there a light you can hold it up to? Or?
I don't. Hold on.
Okay. It's
Okay.
real
And
dark.
it's got a control. He moves.
Oh, okay.
He does? Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Does he talk?
Yeah.
Oh, he's away from the mic. He's away from the mic.
Okay.
He's away.
I don't think
from
he
the mic.
talks.
Okay.
All right.
I'll put some pictures up while he's doing that. There's the Jupiter 2 life full-size mock-up that was seen in the second episode, The Derelict, that you talked about, Mikey, that aired on your
Yes, I did.
birthday.
Correct.
And then also, this is from Visit to a Hostile Planet from season 3. It was the second episode that aired for season 3 of Lost in Space, but it was the 5th one produced for that season. And then this is the 4th episode produced for season 3. That's Sue England who voiced this robot on the right. The robot fell in love.
Yes.
There he is. You can see better now.
And that's and the same lady voiced
Oh, there we are.
one of the androids on the Ghost Planet. Look at that, Al. It's all lit up. Let me.
That is
Here's the
fantastic.
controller for it right here.
I
Oh,
wish I could make
wow.
you big. See, StreamYard's changed their settings. I cannot make you solo. This is ridiculous. Anyway, that's neat, man.
There he is.
That
Thank
is
you,
so
Al.
cool, man.
And it
Thank
lights
you.
up. Look at his chest, orange, all lit up. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Nice.
But you can move him around with the little controller. I got the batteries out of it, but he moves.
Very
See the
cool.
little-
Look at Al.
See that?
Look at Al sporting those huge glasses. I love it, man. Total geek and nerdist. I love that, man. Great stuff.
Yeah.
That's how. Well, it's partly the reason I got mine. So, yeah. True
Well, Joe
geek.
answered the question. The robot never had a name, but he did have a model number introduced in the Ghost Planet, the
They
third
should
color.
have given him a name, but Dr. Smith called him all kinds of names.
No, I'm going to play a clip where the guy inside the robot, Bob May, says there was an actual letter writing campaign around season 2, and they actually made it public, said, would you write in with a name for the robot? Nothing ever happened with it. But the model number was B9. And whenever I play bingo and someone has B9, I always chuckle. I'm like, oh, that's the robot from Lost in Space, B9. But,
yeah, we mentioned that before, that he was an environmental control robot originally. And Back in 2008, Al, we found out that TV Land gave an award for most awesomeness robot. I kid you not, it was the category, and it was for the robot in 2008. He did win. They did win one award for that.
But I didn't like that robot in Forbidden Planet. I just thought he looked kind of weird.
Oh, Robbie?
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Well,
had
he had a big head.
I have him too.
Al, it was the same designer, Robert Kinoshita.
Oh, really?
Who had designed Robbie. He co-designed the Lost in Space B9 robot. Look at this robot on the right. That's from a season 3 episode, Deadliest of the Species, where the robot falls in love with a rogue female alien.
Yes.
Voiced by Sue England, who also did voice work in The Ghost Planet in season 2 as another robot.
Very cool.
Well, did the guy in the robot suit? He had his hands in those arms, right? That he can move.
Actually guided them. Yes.
Yeah, and he had a key that lit up the chest in his right claw.
It made it easier. Yeah, they mentioned it in the documentary. It was easier. He had initial difficulty with it during season 1, but in season 2, he had a way that he could like turn it so that it would work better. And so that's what they did.
Didn't later on there were some things on the top that quit working? They did because it made kind of
yes.
They were
good
noisy.
point. No, in the robot's bubble, there were moving gears and there were lights that would move around. And then after the 5th episode, that was done away with, supposedly because the motors made too much sound and it screwed up the soundtrack for the boom operator and the sound people. So they just disconnected that and made it non-motorized. But so
it was kind of cool when they worked, though.
It was cool. Yeah, episodes 1 through 5. Watch the robot's bubble and things were moving around in there. It looked really cool.
It was.
I love the artwork in the show. Good stuff. Hey, look at this cool picture of Bill Mooney and Angela Cartwright in the early 70s. Look, he's smoking a cigarette.
70s picture with the long hair.
And it's Bill Mooney, not Mummy. Cool. A lot of people call him Mummy, and that's okay. It's Mooney. Mooney. M-U-M. It's 1 M, not 2. Mummy is spelled with 2 M's. Mooney is 1 M. Anyway, but look, I think they were an item. I think they were an item for a while.
I think they were.
Yeah.
I think so. I think Bill even admitted in an interview he loved Angela Cartwright. So
who
I
didn't,
think so.
Man? Yeah,
I do think so. I had a trivia question for you, Al, and also for the chat, and I thought this was appropriate. So the let's see, what was my question? Okay, so Bill Mooney was mentioned in the documentary that he did form a group called Barnes and Barnes.
Right.
Now there is one song they were famous for. And it was done, here's the hint, it was done as a Saturday Night Live early skit. And it's out there now. It's run by Rhino Records and stuff. So Al, the chat, what was the name of that song?
I know, but you asked the chat, so I'll remain silent.
You asked the chat,
Okay, you know it too. Okay.
I know it.
It's funny though. It's a great video too.
Let's see if the chat will answer. Give it a second to catch up.
All right. Yeah, what was that Barnes and Barnes song they're famous for?
Someone got it. Edge of Night.
Thank you, Edge of Night. Thank you. Eat them, yum.
That sounds better. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the fish heads. I remember now.
Wasn't that great? Oh
yeah,
man, that was some early Robert. What was his last name from Saturday Night Live that he did Spangler, something like that? Early stuff. And Barnes and Barnes' first song they ever created was Fish Heads, and it was fantastic. Love
really
that.
Cool. That's cool. Good job, Edge of Night.
Thank you, Edge of Night.
Hey, and that's a good soap opera too, right, Al? Didn't you watch Edge of Night?
Yes. When it first came on, it was a 15-minute soap opera. That was one of the first soap operas on CBS, and then of course it expanded to 30 minutes.
Yeah. We have some friends who are recently into Dark Shadows right now. Do you remember Dark Shadows, Al?
Al's favorite show.
When I used to rush home from school to watch it every afternoon.
Nice.
Like I did for Space Giants that you were playing over there.
Yeah, Space Giants. Very cool. Yeah.
Look at Joe Gutfeld's question to us. What 1980s legal show did Bill Mooney guest star in?
Ooh, that's a
I'll tell you what, while we're waiting to answer.
I know he was in Twilight Zone.
Mooney was in the pilot to the Rockford Files in a small.
Oh, he was? I didn't know that. Rockford
with Lindsay Wagner before she was the Bionic Woman.
Nice.
Yeah, they acted in that. Yep.
So legal show
in the 80s.
80s.
That was before Law and Order.
Oh,
that came along in the
I
90s.
don't-
way
that
before
I
that.
don't know. I don't.
L.A. Law. L.A.
LA
Law.
Law.
L.A.
There you go.
Law.
Yeah, he was in
Yeah.
LA Law. That's true. Yes.
That was a good show. I like
I
that
like-
Corbin Burnson
I
guy.
like- Yeah, I
Huh?
liked Corbin Burnson. Yeah, he was good in that.
Remember Bill Mumy in the Twilight Zone?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I played a clip earlier. Oh, Joe Gutfeld says nope, it's not L.A. Law.
Oh, it's not LA Law. Okay.
Well, what
that
other
I-
80s
that I don't
show?
know.
All I know, it was Matlock. That's right.
He's a Matlock. All right. Thank you, Joe.
Good
you
one.
deserve something for stumping all three of us.
No, I've seen it, and I have I've been watching them. Look, here's I got the damn box set on DVD of all 9 seasons.
Yeah,
Have
Mr. Andy
you-
Griffith himself.
Have you
Yeah.
watched any of those? Have you watched any of those?
On
Matlock?
MeTV, it's still sealed. I haven't watched them on uncut.
No, but I watched.
Still
but,
sealed.
but TBS did show some Matlock episodes with Andy Griffith, and I did. Yeah, I did get to see them.
I got the Three's Company sealed too with the Ropers and Three's a Crowd. I haven't even opened it yet. No time. I've got all these collections on DVD
Well,
sealed.
I really, like I said, the signature of Pete Best and the Beatles, all 4 Beatles there, and it's all sealed up, right? So it's framed, everything, and yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Great. Just fantastic.
Al, I'm going to play a clip, and probably after you sign off, of Jonathan Harris being interviewed by WXIA TV in 1992. The year he pinched my butt at a convention.
What?
True story. I've told it before. He pinched my butt. We were all right. My friend Jack Townsend is no longer with us. He lived in Lenore, North Carolina. He was really good friends with John. He was really good friends with Jonathan Harris and the cast of Lost in Space. And he called me up. He goes, "Hey, the night before the convention, we're down here Friday night at the Century Center hotel. Do you want to come down here? Jonathan's having drinks and he's being really hilarious." I said, "Sure." And I hopped in my car and drove over there. And he's telling stories about working with Red Fox on Sanford and Son. He goes, "I didn't like Red Fox. He was dirty." He goes, he would hit on the production assistant girl and say, "Come here, darling. I got half a hard on." This is Jonathan Harris doing an impression of Red Fox. So anyway, at the end, he's going up to his hotel room and he goes, "Night chance," and he pinches my butt. And in the interview, he says, if anyone comes to convention, I will kiss all the pretty girls and the boys will get a something on the butt. I forget what he says, but he mentioned something about our butt. I don't remember if that was the day after he did it to me or before. I think it was after. Because, and the boys will get a kick in the butt. And she says,
that is a great story, Chance. That's great.
Maybe I should play, but let me see how long it is. I don't know how long the clip is.
Hey Al, do you have any celebrity meetings that stood out to you? What was the celebrity meeting that stood out to you?
Yeah, quite a few. Clint Eastwood stands out.
Nice.
I was working at Turner. This was when CNN was downstairs, and they had a noonday entertainment show, and I was upstairs. TBS was upstairs, and CNN was downstairs. And somebody said, "Clint Eastwood is downstairs at CNN." So I just took off and went down there and stood right beside him and talked to him. Now, Ted didn't want anybody asking for autograph. He said it wasn't cool, but I didn't ask him for autographs. But the only person I asked for an autograph that I saw was Charlton Heston. Now, I did get his autograph when he was there. And I met Bob Hope. Bob Hope was there.
Don Knotts. You got a picture with Don Knotts right behind you somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, Don Knotts. You want to see it?
No, I'm saying you have it in there. You used to have it in that room, that home studio somewhere.
Yeah,
it's in the other room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you met Mick Jagger, but that was at his film screening.
Yes.
Yep. So
actually, I met Mick Jagger. Also, Emilio Estevez. I met him.
Whatever happened to him? He fell off.
He actually I think I read somewhere where he's just living on a farm now and has farm animals, and he's just gotten away from show business completely.
Maybe Paula Abdul broke his heart.
That I don't know, but yeah, I did meet quite a lot of people at Turner. Burt Reynolds, of course.
Burt Reynolds, oh man,
Burt Reynolds, yeah,
that'd be great.
Yeah. Well, they had a show at Channel 17 called The Tush Show. It was kind of like a variety show. And he had all kinds of guests, and so I was walking down the hallway one day and saw Burt Reynolds. He had his little leather coat on, and stopped and talked to him. He was real nice.
He was here filming a movie called Sharky's Machine at that time.
Yes. That was really good.
That's a good gritty movie. That was a hard movie to watch when they're torturing him, cutting his fingers with a knife. The bad guys. Ugh.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like I said, I wanted to say to you, Al, very quickly, I worked on the TV series Highwayman that lasted for 10 episodes back in '87. Met the great Jane Badler, met Terry Carter,
Al,
rest in
real quick,
peace.
Sam Jones, the star of Flash Gordon, the movie.
Sam
was
Jones
in
too.
that.
Yeah.
And
that guy,
Jacko.
Jacko, yeah. He's an Australian footballer and actor.
Another person
He
I
was
met at
wonderful.
Turner
He was
was
wonderful.
I met
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah?
I got his
Oh.
autograph. Yeah, he was there.
No racial comments. I'm kidding. That's an old joke. Sorry.
He was in town promoting the movie Predator. Remember Predator?
I remember Predator, yes.
Fan
Yeah,
following galore. Yeah.
Yeah. And
So-
I met Bob Hope on a golf course in Phoenix, Arizona at a Pro-Am with my friend Larry Bartels. Maybe
No
a
relation.
relation, not quite, but that's the only time, Larry, I'm going to mention your name. But we met him on a golf course at the Waste Management Pro-Am in Phoenix. And he's driving up on the golf cart there, and we had a conversation. My friend, who is in music and movie industry, didn't even recognize him at first pulling up, but I knew instantly who he was. USO shows and everything I ever watched as a kid. And I said, "It's Bob Hope." He says, "Just call me Bob." We talked.
You know, this is a
I
true
just flew
story.
in and boy, my arm's tired. Sorry.
When I met Bob Hope, I was the film department was upstairs near Control C, and so I was sitting there, and my cubicle was next to the door, and I heard this guy talking, and I looked at my friend, and I said, "I think that is Bob Hope," because I didn't know he was in the building, and so I opened up the door and I said, "Hey, it's Bob Hope," and he looked at me and says, "Yeah, where in the hell is the bathroom?" And so, that's a true story. And so I showed him where the bathroom.
Wow, that's great.
You guys
The other
remember
one I
Bob
remember
Hope?
meeting.
Real quick, Bob Hope. Remember how the National Enquirer? I don't know how many times I'd be in the grocery store and I'd see Bob Hope on the cover of the Enquirer, and it's a Bob Hope's sad final last days, and they had this shot where his eyes look red and bloodshot. Like it was sad how they.
Well, Bob Hope,
exploited
you know, he was a womanizer, and his wife used to cart him around as payback for all the times she had cheated on her. And I read that story.
What does that mean? What she's doing him a favor, carting him around? What do you mean, in a wheelchair?
And let everybody know how bad he was. You know.
Oh, I get your point. Oh, that's
Well,
mean.
so when he couldn't drive a golf cart by himself because he loved to play
Right.
golf, I know that.
And somebody else I'll tell you I met, and he was really, really nice. Remember a movie called Big?
Yes.
Yeah.
With Tom Hanks?
Yep.
Yeah.
Penny Marshall directed, I think. Yeah.
Well, I was going out to lunch, and I went through the lobby. I was going out to meet a friend of mine, Tom Sullivan. He worked over at Star 94, and he was waiting outside in the car. So I walked out in the lobby, and there was Tom Hanks sitting on the couch waiting for his ride. And it was pouring down rain. And I said, "Tom Hanks." And he said, "Man, is it really raining out there?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Does it rain like that all the time?" Because he was in California, of course, they don't have a lot of rain. And it was just pouring rain that day. So I talked to him. I did, he was pretty nice. Yeah. But he was younger. He was like, that show, the movie Big he was in.
Yeah.
I
I
like
know
that
this is a little off subject, but in a mall, I met the first two guys who appeared in the very first season of Married with Children. I met Ed O'Neill, so I got to talk to Ed. Yeah, he said this show's going to be great. He says it's got Frank Sinatra's music in the beginning. It's got all this other stuff, and I said that looks good. I said, "What's it going to premiere on Fox?" And I said, "Yeah." And of course, at the time I was in Oklahoma, so I wanted to see it on the local Fox station when it would premiere. I had to wait till I got back to Arizona to see it, but what a great series.
Oh yeah, Al, let me show you some interesting Lost in Space photos from my collection. Look at that one.
Look for that.
Look at Smith. That's what his first season outfit looks like in color. It was blue. It wasn't black and brown like it was.
You know where Angela Cartwright got her start?
Yeah, the Danny Thomas show.
The Danny Thomas
Show.
Yeah.
I got another one. Let me see.
And then she appeared in Sound of
Music. Yep. Sound of Music. Von Trapp. Yep. Brigitte.
Von Trapp. Yep.
Von Trapp. All right, Al. Well, I guess I'll let you go. I know you're probably tired. Anything else?
I've been up since 5 o'clock, but it's
oh my! Look at this picture. Look at this picture.
Cool. Ah, is that really a scared expression by Bill Mumy?
Yeah, he's a good actor.
He's good. He is good. And I'm telling you, they redid they redid the classic Twilight Zone episode that featured him as the boy. Remember in Twilight Zone the movie, Al? They brought it back, and Kathleen Quinlan was the teacher that told him that he had special powers and all that stuff.
I remember.
Very cool.
I do. Cool.
That was great. Love that.
Well, you guys have been on 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh
We're
wow!
usually
I've got to
longer.
hurry along because I have a lot of clips, really rare stuff that I've had in my VHS collection since the '80s. I've got to share.
You Lost in Space clips?
Oh yeah, I've got this rare. Listen, I got a cast reunion from the '80s on a Detroit morning show. Nobody has this, and they're really cutting up. And June Lockhart blasts this local WXIA reporter because he keeps talking about Star Trek. She goes, "Why am I here?" You know, I mean, she gets pissed off in this interview. You're going to love it. It's from 1992, right here in Atlanta.
What was the episode I liked? It was had a bunch of little baby robots.
Oh, that's the Mechanical Men season 2.
The
That's where
Mechanical
Smith
Men
and the
season
robot.
2. Yes.
Yeah, I like that episode.
Yeah, I do too. I like it too.
I still have, but you know, we were talking also about the Great Vegetable Rebellion, and even though that's the second to last episode of season 3, I still laugh at it. I still think it's cool. I don't think it's a terrible episode. I mean, yeah, the concept was crazy. The acting was above, like they went above and beyond for that, but it was still a great episode.
Hey, Chance, is that robot still around? I maybe we talked about it before, but I don't remember.
You mean the original costume?
Yeah.
It is. Hey, look at this. Here's one of the soundtrack compact discs I have in my collection.
Ooh, nice. Yes, with John.
It's been
Lennon.
restored, Al. It's been restored. So the answer is yes.
Okay.
And here's one of my Jupiter 2s. Look at all the dust on it. It's right here behind me. There's a close-up shot. Sorry, listeners, kind of boring. I just wanted to show that. I did a pretty cool intro video using the theme to Lost in Space with some items in my collection, some photos I took out.
Well, I'll go back and watch it later. Probably.
Yeah, you might. I think you'll like the intro. It came out pretty good. I mean, not because of anything I did. I just like this version of the theme, the season 1 and 2 and 3 themes. I want to show you you guys this.
Go ahead.
This is my Lost in Space lunchbox from my collection.
Nice.
And look at the side. There's the jetpack. Now, the jetpack in Lost in Space was before Thunderball. They were close in release, but Lost in Space was produced and aired long before Thunderball's.
Yeah, that's an original lunchbox. It's not a replica.
Oh, it's original. It's right here behind me.
It's
Along with the
original
board
right
game.
back there.
I got the board game too. Let me find 34. There's one more side I want to show you, that lunchbox. So, but the thing is, some woman wrote her name, a child at the time, I guess, wrote her name on the lunchbox. I could probably get it restored and removed. Let me see if I can find that. Here it is. Here's the back of the lunchbox. No, it's not. That's another soundtrack CD I have. Yeah, John Williams music. Oh dear. I want to put on a quick interview with Jonathan Harris from 1992 real quick.
Well, play
And I'll just hold up the dang side of the lunchbox I can't find. But this is not a long clip, but I think you guys will enjoy it. The audio quality is not the best, but here, I'll put it on right now real quick. Where is that?
All right.
Here it is. And it's from this guy. This is the guy that interviews June Lockhart in my next clip, and she blasts him. But this is a better interview. And listen to what Jonathan Harris says about what he's going to do with the boys at the convention that show up to meet him.
Dr. Smith's off-key humming is disturbing my sensors.
Off-key indeed, you cackling cloud. I can prescribe the perfect cure for your sensitive nervous system, the removal of your power pack.
I had reached the computed conclusion. Now it has been lost.
Doctor. In the 1960s, before there was a Star Trek or Star Wars, there was Lost in Space. It was the story of the Robinson family. They were supposed to explore space, except there was a problem in the form of Dr. Zachary Smith, who had secretly boarded the spaceship. That's where the trouble began. And veteran stage actor Jonathan Harris played Dr. Smith and is in town today for the Dixie Trek Convention. And welcome to New Day.
Thank you very much. Are you quite sure that lizard is not on the premises anymore?
Jill has taken care of...
I'm a basic coward, I have to admit that. And here I am in Atlanta, and I'm so happy to be here.
We'll talk about Dixie Trek in a few minutes, but for many of us who grew up in the 60s, watching you and Lost in Space was a thrill coming home after school. I can remember
just wonderful.
Going to the TV.
I had the best time of anybody, really. Dr. Smith was one of my good creations, because I created it from the ground up. It was not on the paper, you see. I did all of that nonsense all by myself. And I was given carte blanche to do all that. An actor rarely has the opportunity to do that. And all of the wonderful alliteratives that I call that idiot bubble-headed booby, I dreamed them up, hundreds of them. Stayed up all night dreaming them up and used them all. And it worked.
The original premise of this of the show was that you were a stowaway. You were going to get on board, sabotage, get out before the spaceship went up. Right?
Yes.
And you got caught on board.
I got caught on board, and the rest, as we say, is history.
Is history.
Yes.
What was it like working back there? You had some very good names, talent working with you at the time.
Yes, we had Guy Williams, now dead, unfortunately, and June Lockhart, and Mark Odom, Billy Mooney, who's a wonderful actor, and Angela, Marta, and we got on very well. We are a civilized group of actors, so to speak. There are naturally on all series tensions, personality conflicts, egos, which I will not discuss, but whose initials are. No, we manage, you know, you're spending so much time with your television family. It's very important to get on with it, and we did. We had a good time for the most part.
The budget differences, now it's $1 million an episode for Star Trek The Next Generation.
It's extraordinary.
What was, I mean, you had a set with some sand when you would go from planet to planet. How did that work?
We just stayed in the same sand. Just turned the camera around or some foolishness like that. But we were very expensive for the time. And I think that our effects for the time were really staggering. Compared to Terminator 2, they were nothing, you know.
Right.
But for the time, they were wonderful, I thought.
How about the guy who was in that robot suit there? That must have been tough for him to
He was
play.
a total madman. Not tall tough, he loved it.
He loved it?
You couldn't get him out, yes. He was a very strange young man. And for the first month of shooting, I had great compassion for anyone who was in that tub, you know. It was dreadful. Until I realized that you couldn't get him out. He liked it. He settled in and was very, very comfortable. Totally crazy.
And to this day, he's still in that suit, right?
You can't get him out still. Yeah.
And now, I mean, the series has been off for 25 years. I mean, off of the network.
Yeah.
And people recognize you everywhere you go. People
All over the world. Isn't that wonderful? Because we are on the tube all over the world as we speak. All over the world. Now in Germany for the first time. I can tell by the mail. Mail comes from Germany. And so I know that we're on in Germany. It's really wonderful. I never thought, really never thought, 25 years ago, that Lost in Space, which I thought was a wonderful show, would become a cult, and that I, in my dotage, would become a cult figure. Look at me, folks. I'm a cult figure. The oldest cult figure in history, but nevertheless a cult figure. And here I am doing the Dixie Trek at the Sheraton Century Center Hotel.
I want to ask one more thing about this, and you tell me if I'm off base on this, but does it get to you after a while that people won't let you alone when you're walking down the street? They're coming up for autographs. Do you ever want to just say, get me out of this?
Oh, please, God, may it never stop. Then you have to begin to worry. It's wonderful because I have to tell you, working in front of a black box of cameras this big as you know, for as many years as I have, I've done 612 television films, you begin to wonder, does anybody watch this? Does anybody ever see this? And consequently, when people come over, as they will at the convention that I'm doing now, and say lovely things, you realize that people do, in fact, watch what you're doing. And it's marvelous, and I want them all to come to the Sheraton Century Center.
And I promise we'll talk about it in a second.
Okay,
One more thing.
I'm an old plugger.
Ray, that's okay, and we don't mind that. Ray Walston just recently did an appearance for My Favorite Martian, did an appearance on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Oh, really? Yes.
Have you been in contact at all? Have they contacted you possibly?
They never asked me to.
Let's get a letter writing campaign in for you.
No, because I won't do it.
Oh.
No,
You
my
don't wanna do it?
loyalties lie in a certain area called Lost in Space, and frankly, I have no serious interest in doing any more films, actually.
At Dixie Trek this weekend, you're planning to sign autographs, meet people?
I will sign autographs. I will meet all the fans. There will be thousands of them, and we love that. And I urge all of my dear friends and fans in Atlanta to come and see me. I will be witty, charming, amusing, and terribly young. And I will kiss all the pretty girls.
You will?
Any of the pretty boys that want that business are going to get a slap in the butt. We don't do that.
Very good, yeah.
But it's really great fun. Yeah. People have a wonderful time, and so do I. So I urge them to come and see me. That would be nice.
And we're thrilled to have you here.
Thank you.
You can meet Jonathan this weekend at the Dixie Trek Convention at the Century Center Sheraton. The admission cost $30 for 3 days, $25 for 2 days, $15 for 1 day, and children under 6 get in free. For more information, there you see it, 325-0000. And once again, Dr. Smith, Jonathan Harrison.
Thank you. I
for
enjoyed
being
it
with
so
us.
much, Bob.
You were great. Appreciate it. All right. Coming up on Noonday, lessons on surviving college, and our nutritionist teaches how to budget our fat intake. But first, up in my celebrity news, Jerry Seinfeld was a big hit in Atlanta last night, and we'll hear from Jerry. Stick with us.
Here are the Joneses, getting ready for vacation. Hold it! That's not the Joneses, that's you. Every year you spend your vacation.
What year was that, Chance?
It was May of 1992.
I remember when Channel 11 had Noonday before they had the news. You know, sometimes those shows are pretty interesting.
Yeah, sorry the audio was so low. I taped it in EP speed back then.
But I noticed something.
I could hear it fine.
Okay.
But I noticed something when they did celebrity birthdays. Poor Lisa Welchel of Facts of Life.
Yeah. It's an LIDA Welchel. But you saw Bob Hope's name. Anyone's listening, it shows Bob Hope.
Yeah, 89. He was 89 then. Yes.
It may have been somewhere around that time that he was at Turner. I forget what year it was.
But how about that opening act for Seinfeld? Dr. Zachary Smith, Jonathan Harris was an opening act for Jerry Seinfeld.
Who later became a TV icon.
Right. Oh, his show was on the air. I think it started in 89, or the pilot was 89 of Seinfeld, but it wasn't really that popular in the first year. It hadn't blown up yet. Hey, real quick, this is a shorter clip. This is June Lockhart getting really pissy, and the audio is better with that Bob guy that just interviewed Jonathan Harris. This is the next day. Check this out.
Go ahead, Chance.
Did you really?
Yeah, I stuck it in before.
We couldn't put ours in.
Well, I'm not an employee yet.
Good luck.
Thank you.
But first, we're heading over to Bob with the Trekkie convention.
Hi there. How you doing? June Lockhart just joining us.
How about that? Hello.
How are you? Nice to see
So
you.
good of you to join us.
Thank you so much.
Peter's there also?
Yes, he
Yeah, I'm
is.
here. I'm watching you. You look wonderful, June Lockhart.
Hello, Peter. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
It's the whole family today. We've also got the robot with us from Lost in Space. And remember that warning, Will Robinson? Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, of course. Warning, warning. It does not compute, I think was the main dialogue of the robot.
I understand that there was an accident on the set of Lost in Space where the robot was...
Yes, one time they were... initially, you know, we had it on tracks, and it was... they did not... they tried to roll it along, and it didn't work very well. Then they pulled it along, and that didn't work very well. Anyway, one of the times that they were pulling it up the ramp into the spaceship, and the whole thing just tipped right over backwards with Bobby May, who was the man who worked the robot, who was inside it. It just was there in his back, on his back. The thing broke in 3 pieces.
I understand there are 3 pieces. There's the top, there's this section, and the bottom section down here.
Well, I was in the middle of my story here, but
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Get out the other prop.
No, you know what the reason is? That's right. You know why? Because we only have like 2 minutes to do this whole thing, and if we go over, Carol
I only
Herndon...
had one more line, but that's right. Go right ahead. You're on.
No, we can finish it if you'd like.
No.
All right. Do you remember this thing?
Yes.
Don't just argue. Argue the time away.
Take a look at that.
That's a prop.
That was the gun that was used in Lost in Space.
Yes.
That was there. All right. Now, you may not have seen this. Hold on here. I'm reaching back here. And Marley, you want to grab this? All right, there we go. These were from Star Trek.
So you told me.
Exactly, but we were on the air when that was being discussed. So that's why I'm telling you now. Again, we're telling them. Star Trek. Now, up here, and I didn't know this, and this is the Star Trek The Next Generation, or actually the original Star Trek. This one here, on the top of this phaser, I didn't realize this little thing came out, and then they would fire this, and I'm not exactly sure why.
Don't fool me, that's a shaver.
Yeah, it looks a lot like a shaver, but I could use a shave right now. But no, actually, this, I didn't know that. And these are little props that are here at the Star Trek convention.
I see, they're for sale. That's what you're telling everybody.
No, I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess they are for sale. This is the communicator that they used to flip open.
That's all Star Trek.
All Star Trek here.
What am I doing here?
Well, you're here, of course, for Lost in Space.
Yes, that's right. And I'm hoping to meet a lot of the people who'll come down and enjoy Dixie Trek this weekend. I'll be here.
I'm sure they will. You'll stay with it for a few minutes?
Yes.
Would you? What do you
have in mind?
Well, I've got something planned for you. All right?
Oh.
Stick around. Back to you, Patricia. Wait to see what we got ready for her.
All right, Bob and June, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, our player of the week has a busy night ahead of her, one that could end up with a state title. Let's get her, Peter Noon. We really appreciate your coming.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you. Bob?
June Lockhart, we're just checking in. When you'll be signing autographs at what time?
Well, it says here I'm going to be doing that from 3 to 4 p.m.
Okay. Good. We just want to get the plug in for you. Wouldn't want you to leave angry at us for not plugging what time you're going to have the autograph session.
Oh, well, that's it, 3 to 4.
Great.
And then on Sunday, too, but I can't even find that. Oh, here we are. On Sunday, 1 to 2.
1 to 2. All right, June, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you very
Take
much.
care.
And good luck in your career.
Thank you. May not be much left after today. Quickly,
Oh, wow.
we want to tell you. Yeah, you did. It did. That's all right. It's been a week like this for me. All week like this.
We've eaten
They've
them
been
good
getting-
today.
That's right. Peter's gotten me yesterday on small feet. Disney, we're giving away tickets, trips to Disney. Where are we going on Monday, you ask? We're going to have live eye surgery. So when they ask you on FM 95 WPCH, 8:20, Monday morning, that is exactly where we're going to be. And phone in, you'll be qualified to win one of 10 trips to Disney. That's it from here.
All righty.
We're out of time.
Yes, we are. And Peter and I want to wish all of you mothers out there a happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
That's 11 Alive at 5 for now. John Pruitt.
How about that?
That
How about
was,
that,
that
fellas?
was
I know
really cool.
he mentioned WPCH. That's when they played kind of like soft rock music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A chance, if it's okay, I wanted to quickly quote what Keebler was saying here earlier, that when we reached the 2-hour mark, she said the sponsor is Remind Magazine, and there's the address there on the screen, the phone number to order. Mention the nostalgic Podblast when you're ordering.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my script. Thank you so much, Keebler. She's one of my power mods, and I'm so grateful for her posting the links to everybody. Did she
And I
post
want to
one
make
for
sure we
Al's?
mention
Al's-
that. So thank you,
If you're-
Keebler.
Yeah, and if you're still there, Keebler, please post a link to Al's Place. That's his
Yeah,
YouTube
please
channel.
do.
No,
Yeah.
Al, say your YouTube channel.
No, my YouTube channel is just Al's Place now. That's all it is.
That's easier to remember.
Yeah.
Easier than it
Al's
was
Place.
before. Very cool. I did some funny music videos to Lost in Space, but well, I don't know if Al would dig this one or not. And it's a Beatles song, so it's probably going to terminate my Facebook feed instantly. Oh, look at Al's
Oh,
Place.
yes.
Oh, look at that.
Social media. Yeah.
Viewers, there it is,
there
Al.
we go.
Social media. He wrote it down. YouTube,
Thank
Al's
you.
Place, Twitch, Movie Albert, and you're on TikTok. Why didn't you put your TikTok down there?
I haven't. It's Movie Albert on TikTok too.
Yeah, you've got quite a
Well,
following there on TikTok.
So, Al, when I look for your channel on YouTube, is it with the apostrophe S or no apostrophe?
In Al's.
What? No,
In Al's.
it's AL apostrophe S.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, otherwise people might think it's ALS or something, the disease.
Well,
Unfortunately.
we don't want to think that. Come on now.
I know. I'm just
It's there. You just can't see it. See the apostrophe?
Yeah, I can see that. Okay. And you are on Facebook. Thank you, Al.
Yes. Yeah. You can send me a request.
Oh, she put it up.
Okay,
There's your
cool.
link. There's Al's channel link. For anyone in the chat replay crew or live replay, please subscribe to Al Hardy's channel. He posts a lot of good film footage from a 16mm film collection and some trailers and all movie stuff primarily. Yeah,
Mostly movie stuff. Yeah.
movie stuff.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
great
now it's 3
memories.
hours. All right, well, I better get on board here of what. All right, I did have one other clip from Lost in Space. This is a 44-second clip from the second color episode. I love this special effect where Dr. Smith screws up and accidentally dumps the fuel cells of the Jupiter 2 into space, and they're going to run out of fuel. And it's a rare overhead shot of the Jupiter 2. I think it was very well done. Here it is, 44 seconds.
All right.
Oh, right here. There. And here. Ah, yes, here are some pretty ones. There, you see. What's happening?
You have dumped the reserve fuel cells. Our whole fuel supply went into space.
Did we need that fuel?
In a few hours, this ship will be out of fuel and helpless.
When did Jonathan? When did Jonathan Harris pass away?
2002, sir.
Oh.
2002. Yeah, we lost him,
Well,
unfortunately.
the only ones left now are Angela Cartwright and Bill Mumy, right?
Marta Kristen, Judy.
Yeah, we have June Lockhart, who was
Oh,
100 years old,
Yeah.
We have Marta, who's now 80, Angela, who's 73, Bill, who's 71, and that's it. That's it.
Well, didn't they have many well-known stars play the villains and monsters?
Michael Rennie was one.
Michael Rennie
was in the only series two-parter, which was a black and white episode, The Keeper, parts 1 and 2. I think he's pretty notable. And then you had Kurt Russell. We showed a clip of him earlier.
We showed Kurt Russell, yeah. And then, of course, Albert Salmi, we talked about earlier.
Who sadly committed a murder-suicide. Terrible. And how about Michael Ansara? Is not really that famous, but he was in the Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea movie, and he was Barbara Eden's husband, and he was the father of her only child, who sadly died of a drug overdose.
Right.
Anyway.
You know, Michael Rennie had a great voice. I just loved his voice.
Oh, yeah. He was from The Day the Earth Stood Still, primarily. That was like his big break.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some other good guest stars.
I think he was in an Invaders episode too.
In the Invaders,
he was in two.
I believe he was.
He was in season 1, The Innocent, and he was in a two-part. Actually, in 3 episodes. He was in a two-parter, which I have on 16mm film with the original commercials. I never brought that over. Summit Meeting, parts 1 and 2, and he plays an alien leader. He plays an alien in both appearances, all 3 appearances on the Invaders.
No, he was a great actor, and I loved his voice.
And of course, he did appear in Star Trek: The Original Series. I know he did.
Michael Rennie?
Yeah, I think so.
No, he was in the Time Tunnel pilot.
Time Tunnel pilot. Okay.
He played the captain of the Titanic, of all things. I have it on film. Remember, I lent it to you out, that film print.
Cool.
You know, speaking of Star Trek, when I was at Turner, we got the prints from Paramount, and I never will forget the lady's name who we dealt with. Her name was Louise Wilhite. She worked at Paramount in LA.
Nice.
And they when we got our episodes, I was checking them when they came in, and they sent an episode that was totally in French. And so because they had dubbed versions of the shows. And I called her up and I says, we need to replace it, but you sent us a French copy. I'll send this one back. She says, no, just keep it. We don't want it. So I just
Hey, Joe's asking if we have any trivia. I have a quick trivia question. I know you might have some, Mikey, but my trivia question is about Lost in Space. Okay, which actor had a special credit that mentioned the character name?
No, that I don't
And
remember.
earlier, by the way, anyone that was astute, no one mentioned this in the chat, when I was playing the Mike Clark 20th anniversary from 1985 documentary of Lost in Space, he added a credit of the robot. Like on that little wire, you know, it shows about. He added that. It looked kind of weak because it was 1985 technology, but it's kind of cute. It said the robot. Bob May is the robot, but that doesn't count. So, all right, which actor had their character name listed in their credit in the opening credits of Lost in Space seasons 1, 2, and 3? The whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah, Mikey probably knows.
Well, take a guess. Anybody want to guess on the panel?
Yeah, anybody on the
Chat doesn't seem to know.
Well, that's a hard question unless you know every episode by heart.
No, it's not that hard because this credit was in every episode. It's a special credit.
Hint.
Well, it's
was
not
that Jonathan Harris?
Great question. I kept using the word special. I was thinking one of you guys would say Jonathan Harris, special guest star.
Right.
Hello, guys. What are you talking about? I'm asking which actor had a special credit that lists their character name. Only one of the actors in the main cast had such a credit.
Mark Goddard is. Well, no, not Mark.
No,
Sorry.
but if you think about it. This person might have been in a big movie, and that's why they got that special credit.
A regular on the show, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. 100% regular.
Regular.
Joe guessed Jonathan Harris. Nope, you took my bait.
Gene Lockhart?
Nope.
No.
Which of the Lost in Space actors had a special credit that listed not only the person's name, but their character name as well?
Okay.
Angela Cartwright?
Yes!
Angela. Yes.
Angela Cartwright as Penny. And Angela Cartwright as Penny. Because she was hot off the Sound of Music. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Special
Angela
credit.
Cartwright is Penny. Right. She was the last name on there.
And then
there we go. Good job,
Jonathan
Stan.
Harris's credit just says special guest star Jonathan Harris. Doesn't mention as Dr. Smith. So
Right,
it was
right.
Angela Cartwright. Not Angela Carter. I know is his
Angela Carter.
Angela
Great
Carter.
job, Al. Great job.
Sergeant
Yes.
Carter. I can't hear you.
Well, I met, like I said, I met Terry Carter on the set of Highwayman from the original Battlestar Galactica. Who
Yeah,
played
he was the black guy,
Commander Dunn.
Commander Ty. He was the black actor. Yeah,
He was great. Love Terry Carter.
Yeah. I like the diversity in Battlestar Galactica. You had Lieutenant Boomer, you know, the other black actor, Herbert Jefferson Jr. I thought that was good. Yeah.
Why don't you put us back? You kept me big, you know, won't you?
Well, I don't know how to fix the dang thing. I want us to all be equal.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. Because look, here we go. There you go.
Ah.
StreamYard has done another
That's
update
better.
now. Al, you know how usually when someone's speaking, I'll make them big?
Right.
StreamYard has done yet another update, which is an update fail. Usually an update takes something away or makes it less user-friendly, and they've done it again because StreamYard, they took away the solo
Well,
button.
you know, you should give Restream a try, and it's a lot cheaper.
Well, I do. I pay a year in advance, and I'm up in November, I think, sometime around Thanksgiving.
Well,
So
that's
I might just
around
do
the
that.
corner. Restream is, I got both, but Restream is really cool, and they've added so many cool features on it.
Yeah, I had a terrible computer before, and I did try Restream.io there, Al, and didn't quite work for me. I did keep it in reserve, but that was on the Mikey Sue Sport channel before a guy hacked it and got rid of it for us. So
Right. It's
I
also
did
a
have
lot
it in the
cheaper.
background. I had StreamYard and then Restream. Yes. as a
Restream is about 150 a year, but it's I like it. I use both. You know.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Also, I use OBS sometimes.
OBS. Yeah, you love OBS because you can do multiple cameras.
OBS is onboard system. You know, that's what we used a long time, Chance. Remember?
Yeah.
We're doing.
Yeah, I got a quick Lost in Space clip, another one. This is the color episode. I love this one because, all right, Dr. Smith has messed with the astrogator. That was the device that set the navigation of the Jupiter 2.
Cool.
And he used a magnetic ring to set it on a course for Earth.
Yeah.
Disobeying Professor John Robinson's advice and Mark Goddard as Major John West's advice that, hey, at this time of year, we're going to be close to the sun. And he goes, we can maneuver around the sun. He goes, perhaps, but that's not a chance I'm going to take. And so Smith doesn't accept that. And now I want you to listen to this dialogue. Dr. Smith comes off like a total child molester to poor Penny in this scene.
Wow.
Listen. I shouldn't put that. I should watch the bots. They're going to think oh no, I probably just sabotaged the show. They're going to think it's crazy. But
hello, Judgment Day, Mike Harper, by the way. Hello,
just watch. Just listen to this
Go
dialogue.
for
It's a
it.
2-minute clip.
How long is it?
It's 2 minutes, Al. 2 minutes.
Okay.
You realize what's going to happen because you wouldn't listen. Well, take a look. Take a look out there. Do you see that? That's our death warrant. I don't know what you mean. I don't see anything. Oh, no? Well, look again. At that flaring star out there. You mean that flaring star? Yes, I can see it. It happens to be the sun. Our sun. The sun that Earth orbits. Its temperature is so high you can reduce the hull of this ship to butter, and we're heading straight for it. But I had nothing to do with this. I haven't touched the instruments. Well, if you didn't, Dr. Smith, I'd certainly like to know who did.
Dad!
Not now, Penny.
Dad, Dr. Smith didn't do it. I did.
Oh, Penny.
Penny, what are you saying?
I touched that thing, that knob.
Penny, why did you touch it?
Can I tell you even if I promise not to?
Whom did you promise, dear?
Dr. Smith, when I helped him.
Well, Smith, you really hit bottom on that one. I can explain everything. What's more, you set the ship on a course for certain destruction. There must be something we can do, John. Now, we'll plot a new course, extend it into the space-time solution. Best we'll do is a near miss.
Is that going to be good enough?
I don't know. We'll have to cope with temperatures hundreds of degrees higher than normal.
Will the ship melt, Dad?
Well, the titanium hull should be able to withstand the heat, son, but it's going to get pretty bad here. You think you can take it?
Yes, sir.
There'll be one pleasure in this, Smith, watching you fry. Look! Look, the sun's gravitational pull.
John, have we got a chance?
We haven't given up yet, dear. We gotta pull out now or it'll be too late. Give me a gravitation count. 42.8, 40.3, 39.4 and dropping. We are going to make it.
Wow.
You see what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I don't have a dirty mind, but it sounded. I touched that thing, that knob. I'm sorry.
Was that clip taken off your DVD?
A Blu-ray. And by the way, Lost in Space is on Hulu. Anyone that wants to watch it, but I noticed on Hulu they must have been taken from DVD. They don't look as clean as the 35 millimeter digital remastered transfers on the Blu-ray set.
Well, they used to be on Me TV.
They still are, but they air at 1 in the morning, and they edit like 5 minutes out of each one for more commercials.
Yeah, they take like off the ads and So
I hated that when USA Network aired them in the late 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
They would actually do an edit where they took out the to be continued next week lettering that would
That's
slide
what
in.
we did at Turner, but that's all we took out.
Yeah, well, they would fade it out though, like it was from video transfers from 35 millimeter. Anyway, yeah. So
yeah,
not every episode on film had those. Most of them
only the first
did,
2
a lot of them.
seasons, because then they had the next week preview. You already said would be spliced at the end of the reel. And I noticed at Turner, the 4 a.m. airings of Lost in Space would not be cut as much as the daytime ones they'd aired Saturday and Sunday mornings.
Oh, yeah, they didn't have as many commercials to run.
Yeah, and they left in the next week preview in many cases. I love that. I recorded it on VHS.
Well, half-hour shows like Beverly Hillbillies and stuff, we cut them down to 22:30.
You know, I should play one of those next week previews. I had one here in the kitty, and it's only a minute long. And yeah, here's one. This is a nice little preview. I played this before I interviewed Marta Kristen live in April 2025 from Stellarfest in Duluth, Georgia. But I played this clip before, but I think I cut it short. So here's the full version of the season 3 episode, Hunter's Moon. This was the second episode in production order shot for season 3 of Lost in Space in the summer of 1967. Right. I'm stalling I just uploaded it and it's processing, and I'll play you here's one of the clips that Al sliced away and put at the end of the reel. And I have this one on film with the preview intact. I got it from Australia, from an Australian TV station. Now, Fuji color print. The color's still good on my print of this one.
On your T-shirt, what is that? What's on your T-shirt?
Oh, Laughing Skull. It's like a beer brewery off Atlanta Road.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's Halloween vibe, you know. I'm getting ready for Halloween. All right, here is a 1 minute next week preview for Hunter's Moon.
John Robinson finds himself the prey in a deadly game of the hunter and the hunted.
John's in trouble. He can use our help.
Precisely why we should not land. Therefore...
Get the fire extinguishers! And make sure everyone's strapped in! We're going down for a crash landing!
Spaceport to Jupiter. Beginning entry into planet's atmosphere.
Danger, danger. Force level building to fatal intensity. Force detector overloaded. Overloaded.
Release the alien.
Where is he?
Behind you now. Hurry! He's in there. Warning, warning.
The Earthling has finally trapped himself. There is no escape.
Next week on this channel, excitement and suspense in Hunter's Moon on Lost in Space.
How about that?
That's a great copy.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
it is a good copy.
Hey, look who's here. Tom Williams. He used to be on the Podblast with Al and I. And he's been a big help. He says it's the Vortex logo. Well, I beg to differ. Let me show you the back. Can you see the back? Oh, you probably seen my bald spot too. I better watch it. It's all right. It should say Red Brick Brewery. Can you make that out? All right.
Yeah. Brewery State. I see that on the back.
I wish I could figure out how to make my image big.
Is that in Atlanta?
Yeah, it was on Atlanta Road.
Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah.
Okay.
Microbrewery.
Yeah.
My friend Chris Cabin used to work there. He gave me this shirt. Hang on.
I thought you sent Williams a link to the show.
I did. He may not. He may be working. Here's his comment. I put it on the screen.
Yeah.
Tom Williams when he had long hair.
Yeah.
Omar, a friend, says, I remember when I used to live in Chicago and they showed Lost in Space every summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was also talking about previously with Terry Carter and
Yeah,
the guy,
I saw that.
one of the guys played Boomer, and he was talking about that. So earlier.
Here it is. I'll put it on the screen. Now, do you want to read
Oh, yeah.
it? Comment?
Sure. Terry Carter, Sergeant Broadhurst from McLeod, and Herb Jefferson Jr. made a guest appearance on a comedy episode on The Partridge Family with Richard Pryor and Lou Gossett Jr. Yes.
Very nice. I met Lou Gossett Jr. in 2007. He was so nice. He lived in Atlanta.
Nice.
Now Tom says, right, but the Vortex uses this logo as well. I'm going to send Tom the link in a minute. Do y'all want to say something else? Get a word in here.
Yeah,
Mikey, where are you located anyway?
Right now I'm located in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. I'm with my wife, Suzanne. We have 2 beautiful cats. You can see the one right over my shoulder there. That's Moon Pie. She's our cute little, going to be soon 9-year-old. She's our spring equinox baby. She was born March 21st. And the other cat is out of the picture. She's over here. That's Deja Vu, and she's going to turn 5 on December 1st. So
Deja Vu, that's a pretty cool name, actually.
Deja Vu, yeah.
Deja Vu.
And we named Moon Pie after, of course, the Moon Pie, which is still out there now. My wife has found some Moon Pie-esque.
I love moon pies. I buy a box occasionally.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we named her after that. We named her after the Moon Pies. So yeah.
Moon pies are good. They're tasty.
Oh, I love them. Yeah. We still get a few of them up here. I've seen some of the locations. We've been to downtown Toronto, so I've seen some of the locations where they filmed certain films, where they made Toronto look like it was New York City.
Right.
Still, but being able to keep the CN Tower out of the picture there. And we went to the Toronto Islands. We've seen some great areas there where they filmed stuff, and yeah.
Omar's saying the first time he's seen you, Mikey, without your hat on, you shaved your head a little bit. You got a crew cut.
I shaved a little bit. Yes, I did. A little bit of a crew cut there, Omar.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. Well, I'm following when I was wearing the hat, I'm following the Toronto Blue Jays. They're now my adopted team. So, and they're in the playoffs. They're still ahead of the Yankees.
Yeah.
Yep. Unlike my Atlanta Braves, who have been eliminated some time ago. Hey, I got another quick clip. I think you guys will like this. I have this in perfect quality. I couldn't find my tape, so I scooped this up from another channel. So the quality is not great. Good audio quality, the visual quality is not good. But this is a nice little, from 1990, a show called Total Recall, which was syndicated by King World. And there's a nice little feature interviewing the cast of Lost in Space. Let's check it out.
Is there other intelligent life in the universe? Will we ever live on another planet? Our imaginations began to wander more boldly, and on September 15th, 1965, an unusual television program took us out to space and left us there.
Warning. Vehicle velocity now equivalent to speed of light. Velocity now increasing beyond EM radiation speed.
It was the first show of its type. It not only combined science fiction, but science fantasy. A little bit of tongue-in-cheek, camp.
September 15th, 1965, a new television family blasts into our living rooms. But unlike Father Knows Best or Leave It to Beaver, this family show takes place in outer space. Its 5-year mission to boldly go where no family has gone before, to the Alpha Centauri star system.
The Robinson family was selected from more than 2 million volunteers for its unique balance of scientific achievement, emotional stability, and pioneer resourcefulness.
The twist to this soapbox clan is that the space family Robinson is trapped in outer space after an evil stowaway sabotages their spaceship.
The meteor's clubbing us. Our whole control system's badly damaged.
You're supposed to be a space pilot and qualified. Improvise something. Turn us around and get us back to Earth.
Every week, Dr. Zachary Smith tries to make a deal with some form of extraterrestrial intelligence to get him back to Earth without the Robinsons. but his plans never work out.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Zachary Smith.
What is it you want?
Surely it would be a very small matter indeed for you to make arrangements to return me to Earth.
Dr. Smith, I created him, you know, from nothing. He was not meant to be what you ultimately saw. He was meant to be a deep, dark, snarling villain. I didn't find that very palatable. I don't think it's a nice thing to watch every week, a war kind of man. So I began to sneak in little comedic bits.
In a trice, I shall be ready to fight my weight in tigers. Oh, dear.
Will really did love Dr. Smith, even though, I mean, I was constantly making excuses. Will was constantly making excuses for him to get him out of the frying pan, so to speak.
Dr. Smith gave it to that old mining engineer.
If only I hadn't done it. It's all up with us now because of me. I didn't find it on the junk pile. I found it on a central astrolator.
Well, I think you better get right up there and tell them what you did.
I can't do it now. I'm strapped in.
Well, then unstrap and get right up there.
I had an affection for him, even though he did frustrate me a lot. That's what we sort of played.
Actually, I patterned him on every kid I'd ever known.
Delicious. I'll take some Finito. No, William. I was just arranging these lovely things.
The storylines are bizarre and for the most part silly, but the formula works. For 3 seasons, the Robinsons and their stowaway come across threatening situations with monsters and other alien life forms. Each week, their spacecraft malfunctions and they land on a new planet, hoping one day it will be Earth. And each series ends with a cliffhanger, always bringing the viewer back the following week.
June Lockhart dubbed me Crash West because in order for us to have a segment every week on a different planet, we had to land somewhere and we had to crash. And I was the pilot, so I was Crash West.
Try number 5 now. It's working.
It was a fun show to shoot. I mean, we always had a great time. We loved being drenched by the water and had rocks thrown at us. I got to do wonderful things like push a button and the food all came out already prepared.
There now.
Really? Some of our monsters were fabulous. Wonderful monsters.
My favorite show was something called The Vegetable Rebellion, in which Jonathan played a stalk of celery, and one actor was dressed as a carrot. And every time anybody sat down, they took root.
Everyone had to kind of react normally and play it straight to like this guy was a talking carrot.
Why change Dr. Smith into a stalk of celery? And what do you think you're going to do with my parents and Penny and Dawn? Why can't you just be satisfied to be what you are and let us be what we are?
But Lost in Space's 5-year mission ends abruptly in the fall of 1968. The series ends like all of the other episodes, unresolved.
I picked up the New York Times and quickly turned to the television page. Lost in Space canceled. I was absolutely aghast.
You know, it was hot. It had romance, it had drama, it had great special effects, it had that fabulous set. The music was wonderful. There was such a potential, and it was a wonderful experience for all of us.
We're going to crash!
Why was the show canceled?
Oh, because Irwin never sent in scripts, so the network canceled it. CBS yeah, and that's exactly. I've seen many interviews with June. She says that was the reason. Irwin did not indicate they had any scripts ready to be produced.
Yes.
Yep. Hey, Tom Williams, Basil
Williams.
Chesterman. Basil Chesterman's in the house.
Hey,
Tom, this is
hey.
Mikey in Canada.
Hey, Mike in Canada.
Hey, how's it going, Tom?
So I'm putting together a Lego Batmobile.
Nice. That's nice, man. How many pieces is that Batmobile?
Along with my Batman and Robin watching over me.
Cool. How many pieces is that
Oh
total
gosh, it's
for the Batmobile?
It's let's see, what to say here. Wow, 1,822 pieces.
You're going to put it together?
Yeah, I already got it.
Almost
I
there.
left it up and show it to you. But
Was it a gift or did you pay for it?
No, it was a gift. It was a Christmas.
Okay, because it probably runs at least $250.
Yeah, it was a Christmas.
Yeah.
That's cool. So Tom, when are you going to reassemble your studio? Aren't you going to be staying put there?
Well, yeah, I think so. But I don't know if I'm going to reassemble the studio or not.
Well, you don't have to reassemble all what you had, just you and maybe another mic or something.
Yeah, sure. And Omar made a good point. He says that I Spy, starring the great Robert Culp, who did Greatest American Hero later on, and Bill Cosby, and Lost in Space, got started at the exact same time and same date, September 15th, 1965.
Awesome. I'm not offended, but my apologies to anyone that's offended by the mere mention of Bill Cosby. Sorry.
It's okay.
Get over
it. Given that.
He's dead now. He's dead now. It doesn't matter.
Allegedly. What? Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I
and one of my power mods is linking Tom Williams' YouTube channel. She found you on YouTube and has linked it. So anyone wants to subscribe to Tom's channel, go for it.
Tom Williams
I don't have that much
too. All right. Cool.
I don't have that much up on YouTube like you and Al do.
Yeah. But you're on TikTok. You got to tell them about your TikTok channel. You got a good following there.
I got a big following on TikTok. I've got like 85,000 likes, and Al's catching up with me though.
But how can people find you on TikTok?
Movie Albert. Movie Albert is Al's.
Yeah.
Mine is still Basil Chesterman.
Yeah.
So
that's your alter ego. Yeah. Your alter ego.
Which I don't need anymore, sadly. But
I know. Yeah. All right. And he was being stalked by someone who's no longer with us.
Yeah.
Hey Tom, have you noticed the algorithm on TikTok has changed a little bit?
Well, yeah, but like I told you the other day, I've been Instagramming more than anything because it got to the point to where I was seeing too much duplicate stuff on TikTok.
Well, since Oracle took over, their algorithm has changed a little bit.
Oh, really?
I'm still seeing stuff that I normally follow, but I'm seeing other stuff too that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
Can I bring this?
Look how thick by the way, look how thick the manual is to put together the Batmobile. I put together that much of it, and look how much is left. I mean, my God.
Wow, that's just the instructions to build the thing?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry I can't make you big. StreamYard did an update and took away my button to make the speaker big. I hate that. I used to zoom.
Why would they take it away?
Because they hire idiots, man. Every upgrade is a downgrade these days. And for the last 10 years.
Well,
I'm telling you, go to Restream.
It's probably a feature that you have to pay extra for.
No, I'm locked in on a year annual thing. Hey, can I bring this real quick? 20 seconds to Lost in Space. All right, they did away with the cliffhangers after season 2, but here's a season 3 episode with a very unique commercial break that's structured like a cliffhanger, and this is towards the end of season 3 in production order. So I think they were thinking about, if the show were renewed for 4th season, bringing back the cliffhanger.
Oh,
so check this out. It's 28 seconds long. It's only in one episode titled Target Earth from season 3 of Lost in Space. This is a commercial break going into commercial.
For a joyous landing on Earth. So hold your fire until I give the signal, and then you may blast the Jupiter to kingdom come.
I guess we're on the clock.
I gotta stop. You're responsible for this.
See that where it freeze frames and then it said back in a minute. Hey, back then a commercial break was only a minute. Now it's 5.5 minutes on Patrol Live. It's insane how long commercial breaks are.
Was Lost in Space a Fox production?
Yes, 20th Century Fox. Here,
Yes.
yes, it was. Here's the proof.
greatest TV logo they had.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to thank Keebler for providing both the channel links for Tom and for Al tonight, and for my new Chatty Blocker MS, and also Warlord Fade, my very first channel I started back in 2006 with YouTube. And I got you all subbed there, gentlemen. I got you, Al. I got you, Tom. Got you all subbed up.
Oh.
We're all good.
Very good.
Good.
Nice.
So, Mikey, did you generate this box or did Chance?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's from Chance.
Hey,
Yeah.
you have a question, Tom?
Yeah.
What is that Ginger Rogers poster behind you?
That is, it's funny. That is the bride of the groom wore spurs.
Yeah.
And I have a 16 millimeter print of it. At least Al had it. Al, do you still have it?
I think you've got it now, didn't you? Or you had it?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But I found a 16 millimeter print of it about 4 or 5 months ago.
Here,
And,
duck down, so we can see it.
Yeah,
I got you pegged.
I
There you go.
haven't looked at it yet.
The film print, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I remember Jack Carson. Didn't he work with John Wayne on a few early films?
Jack Carson did not. He was he was a character actor. He was not a contract player, but he was in a lot of movies in the 40s and 50s.
40s and 50s. Okay.
And this was one of Ginger Rogers. It wasn't a great movie. It was definitely a B picture. Yeah.
And that's it. Well, yeah, but Ginger Rogers, wasn't she the one that could dance and like do the stuff?
Oh yeah.
With Fred Astaire. So I mean,
yeah.
There you go. Yeah. He was a better dancer than like Eddie.
I figured it out, guys. It's maximize. There's just two arrows, and you click maximize. Okay. Anyway, I figured it out. How I can make you big.
They call it something else now.
That's what she said.
Thank you. Make me big. Yeah.
Make me big.
Oh man.
But bum.
Yeah, you know what he heard? Yeah, you know what he heard the stories about how I worked for a PE Advancement Institute.
No.
Guys, I know we're talking about Lost in Space, but I know we all like the Jackie Gleason show. Have you ever heard Jackie Gleason sing One of These Days, Pal?
No.
With Audrey Meadows in a duet.
Well, when we did the show on the Honeymooners, that was one of the most popular shows.
It was. Well, I want to play a little bit, if you don't mind.
No.
This is a duet. This is from the Jackie Gleason show, a live kinescope. And they're actually singing One of These Days, Pal. It's from 1954. Here it is.
Well, let's have a sandwich.
If you want a sandwich, you can make it yourself. I'm good and mad, Ralph.
Mad? You're mad. You're mad. You're a darling. You're an angel. And I love you. But you always get me steamed somehow. You just gotta stop before I blow my top. One of these days, pow! On a honeymoon I took you to Niagara, and it ended in a great big row. Ah, you did me wrong. You brought your ma along. One of these days, pow! When my shirts need a button, where are you? When my socks get holy, what do you do? When I come home hungry and upset, a cold dinner and an argument is all I ever get. Though you tell me that you positively love me, maybe I don't understand somehow. Though I'm 6 foot tall, you make me feel so small. One of these days, pow!
When my dress needs zipping, where are you? When I feel romantic, what do you do? This is strictly the greatest lover, but you sure can drive a bus.
In spite of all your faults, I'm crazy about you. Guess I'll wind up with a wrinkled brow. You're my angel child. My angel child. But one of these days,
Right in the kisser.
one of these days,
How?
One of these days.
One of these days, Alice, you're going to go to the moon.
Yep. I love
Yeah.
that.
No,
Now,
leave it, Alice.
Did you guys ever see the Brad from Everybody Loves Raymond, the Jackie Gleason bio TV movie?
Yeah,
Oh,
2002.
yeah.
It was Brad Garrett. He did a great
Brad-
job.
Brad
Yeah,
Garrett did a great
I thought
job.
he did a good job too.
Yeah, I liked it. I watched it with Al. Al didn't care for it, as I recall.
I didn't
He
care
wa-
for it too much. It was all right.
I didn't care for that. Yeah, I liked
That,
it.
that
I
was
ain't
Brad Garrett from Everybody Loves Raymond, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
He's been in a lot
A
of
show
Brad
that
Garrett.
I never watched that show. Never liked it.
You know, that guy must be 7 feet tall. He's extremely tall, Brad Garrett.
He is very tall.
Yeah.
He is up there.
Well,
You ever, you
no.
ever, you ever
Yeah,
seen
sorry.
him do
Go ahead,
Herman
Tom.
Hunt?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Now, Joe Duffield says that the 70th anniversary of the Honeymooners is coming up.
Nice.
Yep. What were you going to say, Tom?
Have you ever seen Brad Garrett do his Herman Munster impersonation?
No.
It's a
I bet you
blooper.
good at it.
It's a blooper from Everybody Loves Raymond. It's on the
Yeah.
it's on YouTube. So look it up. It's he actually does okay
Ah, well, that's very cool.
because he's so tall.
Right. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I
think
have
that
one
was-
clip that's probably going to get my stream terminated on at least Facebook. I cleared it with YouTube, but because it has a Beatles song in it.
You know, I actually met Fred Gwynn. I ran dailies on a movie called
My Cousin Vinny.
My Cousin Vinny. It was
Oh
shot.
yeah, I remember he played the judge in that one. Yes.
Yeah, that was shot in Covington, Georgia, and I ran dailies for that. And so
Nice.
he was a big guy, you know, and he was super nice, really nice.
That's one job that
He was
automation
such a
has
great
done away
guy.
with. Dailies, you don't need a guy to run dailies. They just do replay right there on the set.
Only if they shoot on film. But
Right.
most of the time it's all digital now.
Nothing's on film hardly anymore. But Tom, I don't know if you know this, Mikey. Tom is an award-winning director. He's won several Emmys. He was with Turner and with the Cartoon Network behind the scenes, and he
Nice.
interviewed for Turner Classic Movies a lot of stars like Steve Allen.
Yeah.
And now he's a director.
That's where I met Tom, was at Turner.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Wow.
I was
that's
already
our-
working
that's
there.
our, hey, by the way, Joe, that is our mystery topic. That is our mystery guest right there, Tom.
no, our mystery topic is this. We're going to do a whole show on it, but let's just briefly, all of us roundtable, talk about this. All right, Jonathan Harris took over Lost in Space, right? He was only supposed to be in the first 5 episodes. So my idea was, and I already told this to Al over the phone. All right. The topic is secondary stars who took over a show from the credited top billed star, primarily in television. I'll give you some examples. Suzanne Somers took over from the star John Ritter on Three's Company. Henry Winkler's The Fonz took over from Ron Howard, who was the credited top billed star of Happy Days. Eric Estrada took over from Larry Wilcox on Chips. In fact, he got him fired. And I thought all these years, it was said that Larry Wilcox was unhappy and he quit the show. Come to light, Eric Estrada sabotaged Larry Wilcox with the producers and had him replaced for season 6 of Chips, the final season. So it didn't work. The ratings tanked when he left the show.
Yeah, and we already mentioned this, but Mr. T, the secondary character on the A-Team, took over for George Papard.
He did. You love
Yeah,
A-Team.
popularity.
I love that cheesy 80s fall guy. He likes A-Team. Mikey's an A-Team guy.
I'm an A-Team guy. I watched all 5 seasons, and I was very disappointed with Without Reservations when we get to that.
But can you guys think of any I have not mentioned?
I mean, there's always the Andy Griffith show. Don Knotts, when
Don
he came
Knotts.
aboard,
Yeah,
you know, he was. The
Well,
show was a show. Was a
when-
show
when-
Don Knotts. It's not a show.
When Don Knotts left Andy Griffith, it wasn't very good.
The color, yeah, from black and white.
And,
too.
and the color episodes were terrible.
Yeah, and when they went to color, it lost something.
I'll be right back. I'll get that picture. Hold on.
It just lost the writing. I don't know what happened to it, but it was bad.
We also mentioned this about the Avengers with Patrick McNee, and when you had Miss Diana Rigg, and now she's Dame Diana Rigg, but when you had Diana Rigg and there was Emma Peel, she was the secondary character that took over the Avengers series from Patrick McNee for a whole season and stuff. Yeah,
she replaced Connor Blackman, who was known as Pussy Galore in Goldfinger. Before that, in the Avengers.
Yeah.
And Twiggy keeps showing
the Avengers with Patrick McNee on
Holly
BBC.
Holiday on Alice. We just Flo.
Yeah, and that's on my list. I could show you. I wrote that down. Certainly, Polly Holiday,
cool.
Flo.
Yeah, very cool.
Linda Lavin got rid of her too. Linda Lavin and her butted heads, and was so sick of hearing "Kiss my grits" every week. But rest in peace, Polly Holiday. She died. Oh, look at this picture. Hang on, let me make Al big. Look at Al's a young guy before the gray.
Wow, he's cool. Look at that.
He's got a corn stash.
If you notice, he's sitting. There's a CNN chair back there.
Ah, nice.
That's cool. Yeah. That's really nice. And he wound up being on Matlock too, right, Joe Gutfeld?
Yeah.
He was reunited with Andy Griffith on Matlock for a time, sporadically.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that movie.
He was a perfect gentleman. He was really nice.
That's
Al. Well, I like that movie Pleasantville with Tobey Maguire and Don Knotts. That was a weird movie in black and white and color. I liked it. It was very unique.
Pleasantville, yes.
Pleasantville.
The other one we could talk about, we talk about TOS, technically Nimoy was getting more mail than Shatner was. So you could also say, for a good argument, that Leonard Nimoy was the secondary character who received a lot more attention. Than Shatner.
And what about the monkeys? Did they have any battles? I guess they were all equal for the most part, but I think one was more popular than the other.
Equal. They were pretty equal, but and then this is a true story.
Mickey Dolenz was the most popular.
Yeah, well, I met Mickey Dolenz and I met Davy Jones with my friend Larry after they did a concert back in the 90s when they were coming back. And Davy Jones said when he was on, he got more mail than the other three guys, but he didn't want them to feel badly. So he told some of his fans, go ahead and sign Peter Tork, Nesmith, Dolenz on some of these and make sure it goes to them because Davey was getting more. And he was the secondary character for that. So yes.
I'm going to save it for next week, but I'm going to call this "They Stole the Show." That'll be the topic, and the
that'll be the topic, and that'll be in 2 weeks, right from today, right?
No, I might go. Sometimes I go weekly. We'll see what I have plans wise.
Okay, yeah, just let me know on Facebook. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it's so great to meet you, Tom and Al. You guys, wonderful. I feel like geeking out, man. I am. I'm actually geeking out with you guys right now.
Yeah.
I was a typical nerd growing up. Come on. The only thing that was missing was the pocket protector. That was it. Otherwise, I was total nerdum. That was it.
Yeah, it's true.
Love that. Love that.
Are you
what was the favorite? What was one of the favorite series that you worked on, Tom, or movie?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
What was one of your favorite series or movie that you worked on? What was your favorite?
I didn't work on any. I worked on Tyler Perry movies, but not any other movies. I don't have any favorites.
I think, Tom, you did some work for Turner Classic Movies. You did like with Robert Mitchum and all that sort of stuff.
I did. My favorite, the most memorable one was, let's see, we had Tony Curtis on, and he was bald-headed, and he had a beautiful blonde with him, who kind of took care of him. He was interesting. He would stay in his dressing room until the last minute, and then he would come out, and he wouldn't interact with anybody. My favorite person was Betty Hutton.
Betty Hutton, oh yeah,
Betty Hutton, and she was fantastic. She died shortly afterwards, but I got my picture with her and got her to sign the poster.
And what was the name of the host again? Please remind me. Who was the name of the host? Robert Osborne, right?
Yeah.
And you met him, right? How cool was he?
Oh yeah, I worked with Robert a lot. He was very cool. He was very down to earth. He was.
He's a nerd like us. I knew
Well,
that.
yeah.
I'd watch his Turner Classic where he'd host it, introduce the movie, and these were, of course, great classics, great films.
I met Robert Osborne. They used one of my projectors in a film shoot. You can see it on YouTube where Robert Osborne is sitting there watching movies and the projector's running. And of course, it was just and they superimposed whatever clip they wanted to use. But that's my projector. And then when I took it down there for him to use, he had a book called the 60 Oscar-winning movie. Anyway, he signed the book for me.
One of 920 of your projectors.
Nice.
This is an antique projector.
That's a lot of projectors.
Yeah. Robert Osborne also did a movie critique for the National Enquirer because inquiring minds want to know. I saw it. I read it for a while. He had that in the Enquirer.
And
you want to see the book he signed for me?
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's see.
I got to get back to Lost in Space. So I got 2 more clips, and we've gone off 3.5 hours. And I tried not.
Well, I've only been here for an hour.
Okay. I think you like these clips. So it's Angela Cartwright.
Great hour.
This is from
here too, so that's great.
This is from a Detroit morning show. It's very rare where they reunited a lot of the cast of Lost in Space, and they were taking questions from the audience.
Okay,
it's like 6-minute clip, though. I know Tom doesn't like to sit through no clips, but that are that long. But it's entertaining as all get out. It's actually.
I've got a long day tomorrow. I've got 3 church services, and I got to go to work.
Direct on the side too for churches, like TV church shows and stuff.
Yeah,
that's so cool. Yeah.
But I've got to go. Mikey, good to meet you too.
Hey, great to meet you, Tom.
You're looking good, Tom. I like that smile. I like that smile.
I love that smile. And
hang on, I got to make him big for this. He's smiling. He's smiling. He's smiling here. He's smiling here.
Yeah.
And hey, and guys, we'll also do the flip side. Not only they stole the show, then the next time they killed the show. Cousin Oliver, Brady Bunch, that sort of thing.
Yes, that'd be good topics. Yeah. For next week. There you go.
Hi, Tom. Says Joe in New York State.
Hi, Tom.
Y'all be good.
All right. Catch you later.
Take care, Tom.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, I kicked him.
All right, cool.
Well, I'm going to go pretty soon, too. I'll wait around for the clip because I'm going to go watch On Patrol.
All right. Well, let me let you go now then because I'm going to play a clip. Unless you want to see it. It's a pretty good clip with Angela Cartwright. And
I'll stay around and watch the clip and then I'll go.
This is very rare, and I've kept this in my collection for many decades, but this is a 6-minute clip, but it goes by quick. Kelly and Company in Detroit, Michigan reunited the cast of Lost in Space back in the 1980s, and here it is.
You look just the same. Do you feel just the same?
Not really. No. Why not? Older and wiser.
Older and wiser?
Yes, and but full of jollies. I mean, this is such a treat for us all to be together like this. And we've been reminiscing and telling naughty stories and falling down and having a grand time.
Now, is this the first time that you have been all together?
No, we all did a family feud together.
We
did the family feud in America. Oh, yeah, where were you that time?
I don't do
in America?
Yeah. Yes.
So you have been together since the show closed?
Yes, it's been
Not the 5 of us, though.
Not.
I mean, as it is.
Well, make up your mind.
4 of us did America. And then there was others that did Family Feud.
I ran into Billy at a restaurant.
You what?
Ran into Billy Mooney at a restaurant.
I get it. And then, of course, Mark and I were both on General Hospital.
Right.
Yeah.
But not at any scene together until Felicia's wedding. And then the director let us dance.
I know, is that right? And she stepped on my foot.
Oh, your foot.
And you went right from that.
Oh, remember that? Yes, I did. From Lassie into this right away. Well, there's a 9-month gestation period there, during which we did the pilot.
So
and then
for the All-American Mother, right?
Yes.
I think all of the women out there want to know how you were so perfect. You were perfect there.
She still is.
Me.
She still is.
I don't know. It just the part really began as a biophysicist, and then sort of never really developed far from into that at all.
But basically, they didn't think of women as biophysicists
not in those days.
In those days,
No.
did they?
All I had the clipboard though. Interestingly enough, that clipboard was a prop that was given to me, and it was the clipboard from the 20th Century Fox production of Carousel. And in it, the Star Keeper checks off everybody as they come into heaven. And it was my father's clipboard from Carousel. He played the Star Keeper. So I enjoyed having that prop each time to use.
And you don't know where is it now?
Oh, it's probably still out somewhere in the back lot at Fox.
Feel about that, looking back at that right now? You've got kids, you're a grown-up woman.
It's like watching home movies. I mean, it's just, you've been there and you're just like reviewing it again. And it's really funny.
And I laughed. You said they let me touch him.
Oh, well,
he touched me.
Yes,
my husband touched me.
In the pilot and all of that, of course, we were developing a rather full father, mother, husband-wife relationship. And then the edict came down from CBS that he was not to touch me in any way, and either help me even out of the because somebody at CBS felt that any demonstrative affection shown between parents embarrassed the children. And remember when finally, when he came on the show, he was our CBS rep, and I said, they're not, he can't even give me his hand to help me down out of the spaceship. And Hank said, that's ridiculous. I will go and check that, because he's, and a human being who's a warm and a kind of nice man. And he came back, he said, I can't believe it, but you're right. They don't want the parents to show any affection physically.
Isn't that an interesting
So we had to do it with
thing?
longing look.
When you think
like
about what we see on television now.
Yes.
Also, Mark and I were supposed to have some kind of romantic interest, but I mean, you could see that in the shot there in the pilot. We actually held hands too.
In the pilot. See, that was the pilot.
And that was it. And that never developed between us. And we would go up to the office and say, when are you going to develop it so that we can, have some kind of relationship here? Never. Because what happened was that the robot and Billy and Angela and, they essentially, and Jonathan, Dr. Smith, developed it became more of an interesting storyline rather than a family, and I think that
Why? Why do you think that happened? Because basically they did start writing more scripts for the robot and
Dr. The biplay between Smith and the robot. And
there was more conflict. If there's more conflict, it's easier to write conflict than it is to write something loving and
they didn't think
intimate.
An author said to me that the show was in trouble the minute we had the villain with us. Because then there was nowhere for us to go once he was there, and we never got rid of him.
Exactly.
That's why he became a comedy. That's why he became a comedy villain.
See, in the pilot, Jonathan Harris, Dr. Smith, and the robot were not in the pilot. They added us after.
And much to Jonathan's, I think he's a tremendously talented person. And he was able to create this camp character that was, hated and loved at the same time.
Yes.
And, it was good. It was good for the show, but it was not good for us as actors who had signed up for the show with the intent of having a family unit.
It was a lot more dramatic in the beginning. The show was very serious and everything. And then when Star Trek came out,
it was going to the moon. I mean,
that's right.
This was a very big thing in the minds of everyone in the mid-'60s, right?
We loved it. It stimulated our imagination so, and the thought of this being part of this thing with the pilot was a treat for all of us. It was like being in kindergarten and getting to play Let's Pretend.
So like summer camp.
Yeah, Irwin didn't want. Aaron, you heard her say, I don't know if it was this interview or another one, where she said Irwin Allen felt children would be embarrassed if the parents were making out and kissing and showing affection.
When did
in the early episodes they did. Huh?
When did June Lockhart pass away?
She's alive. She's 100.
She's still alive. She's 100 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Her birthday was on June 25th, 1925.
She turned 100 on that day.
Yeah, she used to be on Lassie.
We know. She was talking about, yes, sir.
And Joe was talking about that. Lassie was the first transgender pet because Lassie was supposed to be a girl, but it was really a boy. A dog.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
Al, we got a question for you. JT has a movie review for me this week of a movie called Him. Have you heard of a movie called Him? H-I-M, Him.
Yeah, but it's gotten pretty rough reviews.
I wonder if JT liked it. We'll find out soon.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. What's it say? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
All right.
we're going to take his recommendation tomorrow. Suzanne and I are going to go see The Conjuring Last Rites. There is also a great Stephen King film coming out called The Last Walk, which looks really good.
I want to go see One Battle After Another.
One Battle After Another. Okay.
That's Paul Thomas Anderson's new movie with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
You know what I spared everyone today about Lost in Space? I made NC-17, if not X-rated, Lost in Space, where I dubbed over dirty dialogue over a scene of Lost in Space. I almost shared it, but I said, no, this is a family show.
I don't think you need to be doing that.
Okay. I did it a long time ago. All right.
Since we're on two forms of social media.
That's true. Here's some more questions. These are questions from the audience of Kelly and Company Detroit back in the day. This is a shorter clip. Let's watch this real quick. And this is my final, I think. No, then I have my Lost in Space songs. Okay. Because I was saving the Beatles song for the end because I think it'll shut down the Facebook live feed.
Well, let's hope not.
I know. Well, Facebook, it's okay on YouTube. I already cleared it with YouTube, but Facebook is an unknown. Okay. Here's some more questions from the Lost in Space cast.
Did you like my wig? Pardon? Did you like my wig? Yeah. That took an hour. My hair was long, and the word came down that they wanted me to have short hair because it was too long and dark on my back. 2 seasons I'd had long, dark hair, and I didn't want to cut it, so it took almost an hour to braid my hair and put it under that silly thing.
It looked very pretty.
Oh, it was miserable.
You know,
it was a
you
piece.
spent so much time on television sets when you were a little kid. Looking back, you have children now. We're going to talk about them. Is that a normal? How can you have a normal life? Did you think you were having a normal life, or was it a normal life?
It was normal for me. I never really knew any different because I started so young. I started when I was 3, and Danny Thomas Show, and that went for 7
That's
years.
Right. And you came right from that to Lost in Space, didn't you?
Well, Sound of Music. I was in Sound of Music, and then I went right into Lost in Space. So I continually worked, and I really didn't know any different. I'd always gone to school on a set. And,
which is like having a private tutor.
Oh, yes. It was fun.
Now, you have a couple of kids.
And you turned out okay, honey.
I was a teacher.
No, Robot, don't talk like that.
You must leave now,
These
my
are great
friend.
clips.
Go. And
Long,
do
but
not
great.
look back.
A boy and his robot. Oh my God! He's going into the I do believe I'm going to cry.
That's so sad.
I know.
That's a good clip. That really is.
Yeah, that's
That's your favorite
That's
robot.
my favorite, yeah.
Oh, could I just interject the beautiful
My favorite,
strings,
too.
the violins that you heard come in? Our music was composed by a man named John Williams, who is now the conductor of the Boston Symphony, and of course did all the Star Wars and all of the Vegetable Rebellion.
I think
collectively, yes, that was the most.
And also
last.
Michael Rennie. I love that show.
Oh, yes.
He was, he was so,
Keeper, that was
so
wonderful.
gentle and a nice.
I wanted to know how they did the jetpack. Was that a real jetpack, or did you just have a crane?
That was a real
No, that was yeah, Bell Laboratories. He was one of the first people ever to go up, guy. I guess. That doesn't sound right, does it?
No,
seriously.
that was blue.
No, the
He didn't.
And you went up.
no, but he didn't. But they did. They did all that stuff.
It was
for
the
real.
Bell Labs man, and it was the jetpack, which is now used. But do you remember when we all went to a premiere and they ran in Beverly Hills while we were doing the pilot, and they had the man go down Wilshire Boulevard, this thing on his back. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh dear, Irwin.
I wanted to ask
wonderful things.
Angela a question. You used to work with Debbie the monkey.
Yeah.
How was it? I loved her.
The blue?
Well, she was fine. She bit me once, which was very nice. But she was a chimp. You know, they were trained animals that we ever had on the show. She was sweet.
I just want to say to Angela, my favorite all-time one was when you fell through the looking glass and you and I think his name was Michael Pollard fell in love. Yeah, that was lovely.
That was kind of a nice story, actually. There was a nice twist to that.
This is unrelated to Lost in Space, but Angela Cartwright, what part did you play in Sound of Music?
Oh, I was Brigitte Von Trapp. I was the third child.
I saw you in that recently, too. Oh, you were charming.
Thanks.
Are you gonna have any home videos for private viewing at home coming out in your episodes?
Well, if you come over to the house about 5 o'clock.
Can you get like a model or something of it?
They built the Jupiter 2 inside,
Yeah.
and then we had to shoot it, and we had an episode where we were going to shoot it outside, and they built it, and they couldn't get it out. Was that true?
No, they built
I
it down
dreamt
in
it
the
then.
back parking lot. You silly ass, you got me again. He's such a tease.
My, how you have changed, Mother.
Yes, I'd like to say you all look very wonderful. I'm so thrilled. And I would like to know, have you all considered doing a movie on Lost in Space?
Sure.
Well, yeah.
I'm looking forward to
The
it.
thing is, there's a possibility of doing one last episode of Lost in Space. There's a possibility, and I have a call to Irwin Allen about it. Billy Mooney, and we've written a screenplay, and we're trying to find out if it can if it can happen. I don't know.
It's owned by many, many people
That's the
over.
problem.
Write
Too many
those
people.
Fox and
Write
Red
the letters.
Skelton and
20th.
Write CBS.
and
Say you want to see
CBS.
us.
We're going to
Write CBS.
We'll tell you where to write right at the end of the show. We'll start.
Now I'm gonna post that entire show on my YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, because it is a really good interview. It's about 45 minutes long, and I just pulled some excerpts, but it's really entertaining.
Okay, I want to test Al's memory here. Now, in the Lost in Space reboot, which featured William Hurt as John Robinson, and among others, and Gary Oldman, rest in peace, I believe, was
I
Dr.
like Gary
Zachary
Oldman.
Smith.
Yeah. He's not dead.
Gary?
No. Gary Oldman's alive.
The guy who played Zachary Smith?
He's alive.
Yeah, Gary
Still
Oldman's
alive?
alive.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay.
He's actually in a new series on Apple TV.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's,
nice. Okay.
He's alive and kicking, brother.
All right. Awesome. Great. Thank you for clearing that up, please. Okay, now, Al, name me 4 of the original Lost in Space actor or actress that appeared in that reboot. And if you can, a bonus would be you could tell me what they did. I know what the 4 of them did.
It's been so long since I've seen that movie.
Yeah.
I know, but I'll let someone else answer.
Okay, and if the chat wants to answer too,
Hey,
go
let's
for
look
it.
at chat.
Chat and Al if you want. Yeah. I know the 4 of them. I know and what they did.
Tell us, because we got to move along. Just tell us.
Okay. All right. So, Angela Cartwright and Marta Kirsten are female reporters that are interviewing the crew before they take off in the ship.
That's right.
Mark Goddard was the boss of Matt LeBlanc, who plays Don West, who's reckless and does all sorts of things, and he plays his boss. And finally, that wonderful lady there, Miss June Lockhart, is, was she principal or teacher? I want to say principal.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, she's
and you were
like
thinking
a
of William
girl.
Hurt, who played Professor John
Yeah,
Robinson.
William Hurt died in 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, Hurt did. Okay,
That's
I was
what you were
thinking of
thinking
him.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So that makes sense why you were thinking some that
Yeah.
Gary Oldman
So,
did.
but my favorite part in the reboot is where the young Robinson makes her into a flying monkey, animated and doing June Lockhart. And
Yeah. Now, I want to play something that will get me shut down. It's a beat. I edited this in 1989. It's called
thank
Here.
you.
It's to the Beatles song "Here Comes the Sun," where the Robinsons, clips from Lost in Space, they're threatened by the sun or a sun.
Ooh, or the sun.
All right. So
If
let's
it's a Beatles song, you're going to get shut down on Facebook.
on Facebook. Yeah, not on YouTube though. Well, then guys, let's take a vote. We still I have 3 Lost in Space songs. And I have the hymn movie review. Should I? The hymn movie review is only a minute long, minute 19 seconds.
I wouldn't play the Beatles song.
Well, I'm gonna risk it. I don't care because I can undo it because we're towards the end of the show.
Play the movie review, then I got to go.
All right, here's the movie review from JT, the man in the seats. Here we go.
This is Movie Reviews by JT, and I got another review for you. Helm, which stars Marlon Rain. It was a good sports horror film, not scary though, but it was very weird and had a couple of violence in it. I really enjoyed the film. Everything. It's not perfect though and everything. So there's no jump scares in it or anything and stuff, but I was very intrigued by it and everything. I thought the writing and the directing was perfect, and then Marlon Rain does a great job and stuff. And the role that he was playing, a serious role, and every other performances in the film was also great too. Julia Fox and everything and stuff, and it's one of my favorite films this year, and I can't wait to watch it again when it comes to streaming. And so when I saw the trailer, I was very intrigued by this movie and everything, and yeah, I really enjoyed this film a lot and everything and stuff. So yeah, and yeah, can't wait to watch it again. I get him an 8.5 out of 10 and everything. So that's my review for him. All right, bye.
You see the rings that guy had on his finger?
What?
You see the rings that guy had on his fingers in the picture of the poster?
In the poster, yeah. So, but JT, he likes everything. I've only seen like one negative review he's ever done. Anyway. He's a very
I've had people ask me that too, like in a lot of like recent movies that have come out, and they'll ask me, "Well, oh, come on, that was stupid," and all this stuff. I said, "No. Suzanne and I, I think we're very picky critics. I think we really are. And when we go see a really good movie, like say Superman or Fantastic Four, The First Steps, all of those things." Great films done in their right. And we just saw a horror film, which is fantastic. It's in our top 5. It's called Weapons. It features Amy Madigan.
Weapons is a great movie.
That is a great film. Love Weapons.
For one day. Fun.
Well, listen,
all right,
Mike,
guys.
It's been good to meet you, and I'm going to let you guys know.
I'm going to play my Beatles Lost in Space tribute and commit Facebook Live suicide. Here it is.
Okay.
Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say, it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's alright. Sun, 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 here he comes. 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 Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's alright. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. It's alright. It's alright.
Hey, it made it, I think, for now. It hasn't caught up yet.
It's not cut off yet. Joe Gutfeld said that, so.
Yeah, he said
And
that. Wow.
Keebler, she's saying Weapons wasn't scary at all. I've seen it about 10 times now, and there's something about
Weapons is not a horror movie. It's a thriller.
Everyone's saying it's a horror movie.
It's not a horror movie.
It's a psychological thriller.
Yeah,
but
it's not a horror movie.
Right, your feet didn't go down. Oh, that's good.
Not yet, but at any moment now, probably will on Facebook. I'll be fine on Twitch and YouTube, everywhere else I'm at. But,
keep a positive attitude there.
Okay.
Brother.
All right. Say a prayer. All right, cool.
Say a prayer for me now.
I have another video. It's shorter than that, though. I didn't do this one, and the quality's really rough, but I thought it was very well done. No one has this but me. It's Aretha Franklin's Freeway of Love to Lost in Space clips. It's from 1985.
Okay.
Check it out.
1. All systems go. Maureen, stay here with the girls. Will, stay here with the robot.
How long do we have to stay here?
William, I think I saw it move.
Onion might prove a serious impediment. Do we grow wings and fly? I, of course, fall into the handsome, strong category. Oh, no. Now I've heard everything. It's delicious. We got a lot of time. We can't quit till we get to the other side.
Badminton, anyone?
Not now, Booby. Tend to the luggage. It's all dented and everything. It's better than Elm Street.
Never fear. Smith is here.
overboard.
Indeed. It's lovely. Wait, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What do you have in mind? Fun? Fun? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Oh, I don't know. And that's much for people. Make the love and sister.
You know, this is all so bizarre.
Love and satisfaction.
Militant moron. Something has to be done. We have to do it. Thank you, no. My mind is made up. Go away, Ninny, go away. How dare you sententious slop, you pitiable pipsqueak. Hold your tongue, you bunch of braggarts. He was extremely rude to me. You garrulous gargoyle. Go your pose. Go away, don't touch me, you ungrateful underling. Ah, booby. You are a ninny. Dr. Smith called me a tin-plated tattletale.
If you quote me, quote accurately, booby. That is not what I said.
Dr. Smith, why don't you just knock it off and act your age?
Don't get fresh with me, punk. Now split.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, the quality, it is what it is. It was 1985. You know,
Well,
they
it's
used-
videotape.
Hey, I still think it was funny, though. It was funny.
It's funny. And I did one called Mr. Roboto with just clips from the robot, and I thought it came out great. This was in 1989 when I was a kid. Let's try this one. This is Styx, Mr. Roboto.
Hey, listen. Hey,
what's that?
I got to run.
Okay.
Listen, but I watched a little bit, but I've got to run. Nice to meet you, Mikey.
Thanks for joining us,
Very
Al.
nice to meet you, Al. It
I'll
was a pleasure.
see you soon, okay.
Let's keep in touch, Al. Okay.
All right, bye. There
Good
goes
shows,
Al.
my friend.
I'm going to play, I'm supposed to be on this other stream, Brain Bender's Banter, in a minute or two. So let me quickly get, all right, here's Mr. Roboto.
You're wondering who I am. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. Machine or mannequin. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. With parts made in Japan. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. I am the modern man. I've got a secret I've been hiding under my skin. My heart is human, my blood is boiling, my brain IBM. So if you see me acting strangely, don't be surprised. I'm just a man who needed someone and someone to hide to keep me alive. Just keep me alive. Somewhere to hide to keep me alive. I'm not a robot without emotions. I'm not what you see. I've come to help you with your problems so we can be free. I'm not a hero. I'm not the savior. Forget what you know. I'm just a man whose circumstances went beyond his control. Beyond my control. We all need control. I need control. We all need control. I am the modern man. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo, domo, domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo, domo, domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Thank you very much, oh Mr. Roboto, for doing what nobody wants to. And thank you very much, Mr. Roboto, for helping me escape to where I needed to. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wanna thank you. Please, thank you.
Got problems plain to see. Too much technology. Machines to save our lives. Machines dehumanize.
The time has come at last. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. To throw away this mask. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. Now everyone can see. Secret, secret, I've got a secret. My true identity. I'm Kilroy. 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 Kilroy! Kilroy!
All right.
Yeah.
That was my Mr. Roboto. I thought I did a fair job using 2 VHS VCRs back in the day.
Very cool.
And the
That was
music editing
great.
I did. Thank you. That's so nice.
Yeah.
I got to run in a little bit, but I'm just going to space this out because I have one last music video for Lost in Space that I made, and I'm using Rush songs and Queen. You saw a little bit of the start of it right there.
Sure, sure.
Woo, it's risky, but let me see. I'm just trying to see. Do you have any thoughts about? All right, I'll just say this. I used to watch Lost in Space after TBS on the USA Network. They started running it in 1989. It was kind of weird because they played the color seasons at first, and then in 1990 they finally released the black and white season on USA Network. I think the thinking was no one's going to watch black and white, you know.
And that was where the unaired pilot in 1993 came from, when they brought back the black and whites. Right.
Yes. And there was 1990, and same thing happened with Bewitched. For over a decade, the black and white episodes of Bewitched, which is the first 2 seasons, were taken out of syndication on Turner, on TBS, and then Nick at Night had a nice little bit of fanfare and promotion. They said, for the first time in over a decade, the black and white seasons of Bewitched will be on Nick at Night. And it was around, I think, also 1990. So I think there was a think tank with program directors back then that black and white TV is out, and Turner was starting to colorize even season 1, or had colorized badly season 1 of Gilligan's Island.
The other Atlanta-based station I watched was WGN. Remember WGN?
Chicago, Illinois.
Chicago, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
WGN Chicago and WTBS was in Atlanta. Okay.
And it was the Superstation. That's not a foolish thing or mistake, because Turner started the Superstation, beaming with the satellite and cable systems across the country. He's a pioneer in that regard, along with other things he did that was pioneering.
I remembered it was in another town.
It was WGN in Chicago, and it's still around. And then also you had WOR New York, Secaucus, New Jersey. That was another Superstation. They kind of copied, and well, let's just say they followed Ted Turner's footsteps with that.
They did
on a national scale. All right, now I think enough time's elapsed in between songs. I'll do my final Lost in Space edit that I did right
cool.
now. Here it is.
Unstable condition, a symptom of life. In mental and environmental change, atmospheric disturbance, the feverish flux of human interface and interchange. Sometimes the circuits get shorted by external interference. Signals get crossed and the balance distorted by internal incoherence. A tired mind become a shapeshifter. Everybody need a mood lifter. Everybody need reverse polarity. Everybody got mixed feelings about the function and the form. Everybody got to deviate from the norm. An ounce of perception, a pound of obscure. Process information at high speed. Pause, rewind, replay. One memory chip. Random sample of the one you need. Leave out the fiction. The fact is restriction. Love may be won by persistence. Leave out conditions. Courageous convictions will drive the dream into existence.
Whoops. The video kind of crapped out there at the end, but what do you think?
It was still very cool, though, Chance. Very
Thank
cool.
you. Thank you. I did that a long time ago.
Galaxy far, far away.
Far, far away.
That can't be avoided. I don't know. When we reach 2027, 50 years of Star Wars, we'll definitely have to do that.
Unbelievable. I remember it was 10 years. I have that Star Log. It was a great 1987 issue of Star Log.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Lost in Space, last trivia question.
Okay.
All right. What was the date that the final Lost in Space episode aired? It was a rerun, so I'm not talking about the last time that Junkyard in Space aired, but it might have been Junkyard in Space that was the final aired episode as a rerun. What do you think? It's a memorable date.
Okay.
So think of the time of year when new shows debut that would replace Lost in Space.
Mm-hmm.
So it would still be in summer reruns, but can you just guess a date? Don't look it up. It'll be in my book. It won't even be online, I don't think. It's in my book.
No, I mean, but in my list, it's not the date that the final episode aired itself. That was,
No. My question is the last time that Lost in Space was on network TV in prime time in America on the CBS network.
Okay.
And it's a rerun.
It's a rerun.
Any guesses in the chat, Joe? It is, in retrospect, nope, not June. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm talking, it's a summer rerun. So Lost in Space ran throughout the summer in reruns. So beyond June, beyond July, beyond August. What do you think? I'll just tell you, September 11th, 1968.
Wow.
And it says so right here in my book, and I'll prove it to you. And this is
amazing. And did we know even then that 33 years later, the attacks? Did we even know?
I know.
It's crazy. It's
What the
crazy.
hell is it? Okay, it's right near my finger. Okay, Lost in Space.
Yeah. 33 years later. Yeah.
Is it? Where the heck is
But
it?
yeah, the very last, but the Junkyard in Space episode, as we did mention previously before, did end. The last airing of it, or the first airing of it, but the last for the series was March 16th of 1968. So that was the very final 24th episode, season 3, and then that was it. It just
All right,
got
well,
canceled.
I'm going to say goodnight to you, man, because I have a little thing to read, and I think you wouldn't interest you. It's about Lost in Space, and I don't want to just sit here and run my mouth, and you're just sitting there listening. So I appreciate it.
All righty. Well, thank you again. Everyone to the chat, thank you so much for having me, allowing me to be up here with Chance and being the permanent co-host of this show, because it is fantastic. But we have a lot more to come. We got a lot more great stuff to come in the following months. We're probably even going to do a special Christmas show we hope to do. So
That's right. That's right.
you get a
Halloween.
chance.
Halloween.
And Halloween too. Yeah.
But,
Well, my wife gets first dibs on that. Halloween.
Yeah, and now listen, this is no offense to Mikey or anybody. Sometimes I'll do a solo show, but yes, you are a fixture of the show for sure.
Thank you so much.
I want to make that perfectly clear that you
Thank
ain't,
you.
as far as I'm concerned, you're not going anywhere. But there might be some times where I think, anyway. But next week for sure. Thank you, Keebler. Thank you, Keebler.
so much. Love
All
you
right.
guys and gals. All right.
Love you,
I'm
bro.
seeing
And
you.
I hope you had a great birthday. Tell people your YouTube channel again. It's important. Your new YouTube channel.
Yeah, I am at Keebler had posted it, the correct one now. It's at Chatty Blogger, ChattyBloggerms. That is the exact name of it. The MS standing for Mikey Sue's, but I wanted to kind of shorten it a little bit, make it easier on you folks there. Yes, so Chatty Blogger MS, and then of course my older channel, which I later on this year I will be doing the 19th anniversary of that on a special webcam, which is November 30th coming up this year in 2025. It will be 19 years that I've been a part of YouTube with my two channels. And it's sort of like a pre-20th, right? It's sort of a pre-20th anniversary, which will be celebrated next year. So,
Excellent.
Warlord Fade. So check it out. Even though it's inactive, there are still some videos there. Check them out. See what you think. Look at Mikey when he was younger.
All right, man. Hey, I appreciate you very much, and
Thank you.
we'll catch you later. Catch you next week. All right, next week
All
or
right,
the
we'll catch you next
probably
week.
this Saturday. Depends on your plans, my plans, but I plan on doing one Saturday.
That should be okay. That
Okay.
should be all right.
All right. Well, peace out, my brother. Have a great Sunday. God bless.
God bless to you, sir.
Give my best to your wife. And
I will. Thank you
I'm
so
sorry,
much.
I'm sorry you had an unfortunate incident on your birthday week.
It's water under the bridge, as they say.
Okay. Take care, my friend. And
Take care.
again, I apologize for smarting off earlier. I won't do that again. That was rude.
Yes, come on.
All right. Take care, buddy.
All right, you too, buddy.
Okay, so I wanted to we're talking about the Lost in Space 60th anniversary. So I'm going to read a little passage from my TV Bible. As we have said several times, Lost in Space debuted on Wednesday night, September 15th, 1965. It was always on Wednesday night at 7:30 p.m. until 8:30 p.m. And of course, it starred Guy Williams, June Lockhart, Mark Goddard, Marta Kristen, Bill Mumy, Angela Cartwright, Jonathan Harris, and Bob May, the guy inside the robot, and Dick Tufeld, the voice of the robot. The spaceship Jupiter 2, the original name was Gemini 12 in the unaired pilot, but the spaceship Jupiter 2 in the aired version of Lost in Space was supposed to take the Robinson family, Professor John, wife Maureen, Dr. Maureen Robinson, I should say, it doesn't say in the book, but she was a doctor, and their 3 children on a 5-year voyage of exploration to a planet in the Alpha Centauri star system. It was, that is, until Dr. Zachary Smith sabotaged the control system so that it could not function properly. The control system was tied into the programming of the robot, the B9 robot that went along as part of the exploration team, a friendly, logical machine, an environmental control robot that was strongly reminiscent of Robbie the Robot in the movie Forbidden Planet. And that's because Robert Kinoshita designed both robots, Robbie the Robot and the Lost in Space robot. Now, Dr. Smith, apparently in the employ of some foreign government, found himself trapped aboard the ship when it took off, leaving him hopelessly lost in space with the Robinson family and the ship's pilot, Major Donald West. An uneasy truce was made between all parties, for none of the scheduled passengers particularly trusted Dr. Smith, knowing what he had done. For 3 seasons, the Robinsons and their unwanted guests wandered around from planet to planet, trying to find their way home to Earth or to Alpha Centauri star system. The stories were fanciful and rather childish, full of monsters and strange intelligent life forms that were a constant threat, and an endless series of cliffhanger endings designed to bring the viewers back the following week. Dr. Smith was always trying to make a deal with some form of extraterrestrial intelligence to get him back with the others on Earth, but his plans never worked out. He also wanted to get rich quick, always looking for diamonds or gold, alien gold. If he wasn't thwarted by the adults in the Robinson party, resourceful little Will Robinson, or the robot, he managed to botch it up all by himself. He was a rather pompous, cowardly, and inept character. And that's what my book has to say about Lost in Space. And now, in this book, they wrote every insult in alphabetical order. The author, Paul Monroe, with a special foreword by Mike Clark, who did the documentary celebrating 20 years of Lost in Space back in 1985 that I shared tonight. But I'll just read some of them. Here they are in alphabetical order. The insults of the robot. That's what I love about this book, among many other things. Okay, you had automated oaf, babbling bird brain. That was a good one. He said a lot. Babbling bumpkin. Addo-plated armor bear. Addo-plated amateur. Aluminum canary. Animated hunk of machinery, delivered by Dawn in the Hungry Sea episode. That animated hunk of machinery is going to come after us. Animated weather station. Arrogant automaton. I don't want to say that word. Automated. Oh, if I said that. Cackling coward, cackling cuckoo, cackling clod. I remember that. Cackling canister. And a lot of these Jonathan Harris ad-libbed. He came up with a lot of these himself. Cowardly clump, cumbersome clod, lead-lined lump. Mess of metal. I heard mass of metal. That's pretty good. Mess of metal. You're a mess of metal. Metallic murderer. A monster. Insensitive clump. I could go on, and I won't. I mean, it's page after page after page, but it's all of them. Simple Simon. Stupid friend. I don't remember that, but it must be true. Traitor. I remember that. Powered prankster, pot-bellied prankster, pompous pipsqueak. Oh my God, pathetic pomposity, oversized oaf, overgrown ninny, noxious ninny, nervous ninny, negligent ninny, Neanderthal ninny. Okay. Oh, weakling. What's the last one? Wretch. I love it. So thanks to Paul Monroe for compiling all of those insults that Dr. Smith hurled at the robot, which Jonathan Harris wrote most of them. Pretty good stuff. All right, so going to just now do a quick scan, and then I need to jump on over to Brainbender's Banner's YouTube channel. If she's live right now, I'm not sure. I think I showed some of these pictures. Yes, I did. There's that. But for the listeners, that's boring. So I guess I'll just move past the pictures and wrap. So we'll catch you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast, probably next week. We're gearing up towards Halloween. Going to be a big Halloween here on the Podblast. And I'm very grateful for everyone that watched live or listened live or watched the replay or listened to the replay. Your participation in the Podblast, whether you chime in or not, is much appreciated. When I say participate, I mean just listening or watching for a little while. It means a lot. I appreciate it. And I'm going to play in full because I think Tom Williams was talking about this, that Back in a Minute clip, 28 seconds long. This is a very rare thing from the episode Target Earth. I just love this. And it's usually edited out of the reruns, but it did air on CBS. I love this little cliffhanger within the 1 hour episode of Lost in Space, season 3's Target
For a
Earth.
joyous landing on Earth. So hold your fire until I give the signal, and then you may blast the Jupiter to kingdom come. You're responsible for this.
There it was. I love that. That was very unique. Okay. Have an awesome week. Be safe and don't let no dragons get you. Don't forget Remind Magazine with their special offer. Go to remindmagazine.com and tell them the Nostalgic Podblast sent you. Their stories are the 1950s to the 1990s, brain-teasing puzzles and games, and fun. And there's 10 issues per year, including 2 double-sized issues. They have a special going on now. Contact Remind Magazine for more information on their website, remindmagazine.com. And we will catch you next time on the Podblast. Thanks to Power Mad and Power Mod. She's probably mad at somebody. Keebler. And thanks to Joe Gutfeld. Thanks to Southern California Sarah and Tracy. And hey, BK on the air. He just got home from seeing Spider-Man 2.1 in the theater. Yes, I was listening to your radio show and heard that you were going to do that. I'm glad that you had a good time. Retro cinema is really cool. And good night to Joe Gutfeld, very loyal viewer and listener of the Podblast. Appreciate you, brother, up there in New York. So we'll catch you next time. And happy 60th anniversary to Lost in Space. I don't think I did put that graphic up within the show. So let me do that really quickly. I just can't tear myself away. Gone, oh my God, 4.5 hours. And but it's Lost in Space is important to me. I've always loved that show, that silly show. I've taken a break from it over the years because I want to put new things in my head and new experiences, but has a soft spot. I hope you enjoyed the clips I pulled and the rare video that I shared. There's a nice little graphic. There it is. Lost in Space, 60th anniversary as of September 15th, 2025, which is in our rearview mirror. But I just wanted to do it right. And I think we all had a good time with Al and Tom and, of course, Mikey up in Canada. So I'm going to now, if I can find it, I'll just play us off. Since BK is here, I'm going to show him the video I put together with Neil Norman's orchestration, reorchestration cover, if you will, of the Lost in Space season 1 and 2 theme with photographs that I took and images I found on the World Wide Web. And I guess I'll just play off with that. And here it is. Good night, everybody. Catch you next time.